Digital infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power.
Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it! You feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh, baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 2. Make sure to bask in our glory. Oh, baby.
Hell yeah.
Do you feel the power? Oh, man. I love the intro. It's our second time ever using it. It's great. Welcome to Season 3, guys. Oh, man. Season 3 started with the release, and now it's been a week, right? It's been basically a week, one day under. But you know what? Let's just call it a week, all right? A lot has happened in the last week. Obviously, all of us on the show have been playing Switch 2, playing lots of games on it. We did our first impressions last week, but there's some more stuff that have come up, hardware teardowns that have happened, sales data that's come in, and obviously, we've just played a lot more. So there's a lot more to talk about. So let's go around and introduce everyone. We'll start with Mr. Spice Lord.
Hello.
He's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Nice and zoomed in. I love it.
Yeah.
He's looking like a Spice Lord. Oh, well, there it is. There it is. They got Hoops and Hip Hop in the house. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Happy to be back. It's good
Glad
to be
to have
here.
that too. Dude, your set looks redesigned since last time. Did you like move things around?
For the most part, no, but maybe the framing's a little different.
Oh, well, there
I
you
mostly,
go.
I mostly just add stuff, if anything, like the plushes. I just have a wall that I'm trying to build. And,
Oh, I
yeah.
see. It looks nice. Looks
Thank
nice.
you, thank you.
All right. Then we got the Game Bird.
The legendary Gamebird, that is. How's it going, everybody? Happy to be here.
I want to duly noted, I did not sigh before getting to Game Bird there.
You didn't. I think that threw me off. I felt nervous.
I was thinking about it when I went to him. I'm like, wait a second, don't do it.
Yeah.
Trying to set a new precedent around here in season 3. Especially since I didn't even realize I was doing it. Then I went back and I checked like the intro to like the last 10 episodes. I'm like, oh my fucking God, it's every episode. It's like I regret having to introduce him or something.
Every time, dude, you're always like, the Gamebird.
Happy to have you back, man. Happy to see you get a video out. If you guys haven't checked it out,
I
one of the
know.
biggest things in frame right now is some figgies.
Yeah.
Figgies, guys. These things are sick. And Stash Man has an even better video on these than myself. He's got a bigger collection, but these things are rad. Check him out on both of our channels. Really, really cool collectibles.
Yeah, if you guys want a quick link to it, if you're not subscribed to his channel, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Right.
I dropped a link in my community area if you guys want to go check it out. Quick way to get there, because you guys are the only people I've ever seen talk about the figgies, and they look so cool.
Mhm.
And every time I watch a video now, I'm like, oh my god, am I about to get addicted?
Dude,
It's scary.
it was so fun opening these. I don't know if it was the same for you, Stash, but like it's like opening Pokemon cards and hoping for that shiny holographic, because
Yeah.
there's a chance for rare variants. I got Kazooie here, and this one, as you can see, is a gold plated background. I think there's a 1% chance of getting one of these, and then it's like a 3% chance for a silver version and a 6% chance for a bronze. I got
Yeah.
the
It's just like
bronze
buying,
10.
basketball
here.
cards, Pokemon cards. You got your odds to get inserts. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I of course collected sports cards growing up, and I still dabble here and there, but I got to keep things in check. You know what I mean? I can't get out of
That's right.
control with purchasing cards and ripping back.
Dude, I know they just dropped the Metal Gear Solid line of these figgies, and of course I went and bought the set. But one more I'll show on the cast. I got Sonic, and even the special ones with the gold and bronze and silver plated backgrounds come with like their level backgrounds too, and they're double sided, so you could put the character on whatever side you like. It's got a little stand. You could also hang it on your wall. Just really cool.
Yeah, doesn't it come with like a magnet thing too? Like you can attach
Yeah.
put on a fridge or whatever.
Yeah, they've got little magnets on the side.
You guys see behind me right there?
Yeah, I see
on
them.
my
Yeah,
shelf?
you got them right there.
Yeah.
They're all on the shelf, just magnetized. So yeah, it's really really cool.
Yeah. I thought about it because, like, in my background, if I start collecting them, I want to put up like a metal pane and just stick them all on there.
It's pretty sick.
Okay. Well, before I get to that, our guest has got extra love tonight because Lovable Idiot, love the username, says, "Love you, Hoop. You're my childhood." Look at that.
There you go.
I don't know how I
It's nostalgic.
feel about being someone's like childhood, I guess, being around that long, but very flattering. Thank you.
Yeah, I
It's
don't know if that
honestly,
means you've been doing YouTube
it's
too long.
honestly crazy. I've been this year in September will be 13 years on YouTube. which
Damn.
is
Hot dog.
nuts. So yeah, it's been a minute.
Congratulations. Jeez.
So
Holy crud. Damn. Yeah, you really could be someone's childhood.
yeah,
You'd be
it's-
some new kid's childhood today.
honestly, yeah, it's cool though that also is a thing that can happen. So thank you very much. That's super fun.
Yeah, you guys, if you're a child, you probably found his channel first before you ran into mine because I'm dropping the F-bombs and doing shots on stream. So I'm for the grown-up children.
The child at heart.
The child at heart people. Thunderstash. How's it going, bud?
It's going very good. It's a busy time. June is relentless, right? We had all the game shows. We're all probably waiting for a direct soon. Then we got this information, of course, that we'll talk about later with Splatoon. And it's just nonstop, right? And a lot of the topics that we're going to touch on tonight are going to go into why it's so nonstop, because there's just a lot to play. There's a lot to test out, which has been a lot of fun, like a game within a game. And so, yeah, I'm staying busy. I'm collecting lots of footage right now, so I can work on a lot of reviews all at once. So once they start hitting, they're gonna hit. So that's what I'm working on. Very busy, but very fun.
Oh yeah.
All right. And then you guys got me. Whether you want me or not, you're stuck with me. I'm sorry. I'm Nintendo Prime. As you listen to the intro, I'm the one saying, "Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, biatch." That's right. I can't believe Gamebird threw that line in. That was just like that was a throwaway. I was just joking when I recorded that. One of the first lines you hear coming into the intro. It works too. It's so good.
It's so perfect.
Yes. All right. So we got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Stash has already called dibs on one of the topics, so we'll get to that in a moment. Let's go to the other ones though. Gamebird, what topic would you like for our first one?
I'm going to do a dealer's choice. My topic's going to be, where are the third-party games? We just had Summer Games Fest. We just had the Microsoft conference, but we didn't see a whole lot of Switch 2 logos. So that's going to be my topic of choice.
Yeah.
Technically 0 for games that weren't announced already. Every game we saw with a logo were games already announced. Or in this case, Cyberpunk already out.
Yep.
Just already out at Summer Game Fest. That's the only... Hey, we're a Switch 2 for a partner for a game that's already out. Have a good day. And it's not even our game. It's a third-party game. I also wonder, like, because the Xbox Showcase was part of Summer Game Fest technically, that, like, because First Light was going to be there, and and that's also on Switch 2, so, like, I wonder if they were like, we're going to be a partner this year. So stupid. That's a good topic, though. I was about to go to Stash Man. We already know what his topic is. Eric.
Oof. Let's go with new games announced already.
All right. Because believe it or not, there's at least one.
Yeah, there is one.
There's one.
There is one.
Maybe two, but there's one for sure.
And I actually saw it.
I hope
holy
so.
cow.
Hope so. It was on like everything on your phone. It's on X. It was on YouTube and on Nintendo Today.
I know. I messaged you. I'm like, hey, cool.
Yeah.
New Splatoon game.
Yeah.
Hooray.
So that'll be fun. We'll talk about that. And then I guess that leaves me with the launch sales and updated hardware thoughts, which is a big thing. I want to get Hoop's thoughts on this a lot because a lot of us went over the hardware last week. We do have a couple updates since then because there's been teardowns and apparently people pinching their fingers. I did it intentionally today. A lot of people caught that I had to stop myself from calling people that have it happen to them stupid. I literally stopped mid-sentence and I'm like, no, I can't say that. Nope. And then I totally didn't cut that out. So everybody caught that I was trying to say you're stupid if you do it. But I don't actually think you're stupid. I just don't know how you're doing it. I literally
backpedal, dude.
I appreciate the sentiment because that's, as you're talking about it, I'm just like, I'm just thinking like, I can't believe you have to cover this, but you do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. People are complaining about this.
And Nintendo
I'm just shaking my head. Yeah.
Nintendo does warn about it. And I'm like, and for those who don't know, it's if you didn't see my video today, you can kind of show it on this thing as well. It's where like people are going like this and then their finger gets caught and pinched. But like I had to like force it to even happen. Like literally I was forcing my finger in there to get pinched, which is, I don't know. The thing is, it's one of those things I can see a kid doing. They just kind of like raw grab this thing and try to shove it in there and okay. But like any adult, I don't know what you're doing to your Joy-Cons to have that happen. But there was like people with like pictures of their fingers bleeding, and I'm like, what are we?
That being said, we have decided as a podcast to release a series of Switch 2 safety PSAs to make sure all gamers who have acquired a Switch 2 are safe whenever they play.
I got a feeling me pinching my finger intentionally made into that future PSA. Gamer brought this up. I think was it in the comments on that video. I was like, well, I mean, should almost make like a joke series of like the idiot's guide to Switch 2, the things not to do, the things not.
Oh, that'd be a good video. That'd be good.
Gamer,
that's right up your alley.
You gotta think of every stupid thing you can come up with to do it that you absolutely shouldn't do. Oh man.
Yeah, do not put a Joy-Con there.
Do not put a Joy-Con there.
But what about the HD Rumble 2?
Yeah, I mean, as she said, is that a Joy-Con in your pants? Or are you just happy to
Eric, there's a fine line you need to balance when making a joke like that on the podcast. You don't just cross it. It's a balancing act.
Sometimes I see the line and just wave it as I run by it. That's Nate.
You're gonna lose sock puppet status. You keep talking like this. I guess talking too much.
All right, bye.
Yeah, that's right.
It'd be hilarious if the sock puppet just came up. Anyways,
you mean?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna bring it to PAX. I think I'm gonna bring it to PAX for Eric to have.
Yeah, for those who don't know, we're all going to PAX West. I don't know if Hoops is, but the crew here is all going to PAX West, and we'll probably record an in-person podcast or special or live stream one. We'll see as a bonus episode because it's the first time the crew's ever been together, right? We got to make it happen. And so we're gonna have the sock puppet there. It's gonna be funny,
dude. We got to get a group photo. I'm telling you, of the whole cast, but one photo where it's just the sock puppet in frame. You know?
Yep. I'm totally game for that.
That'd be great.
It is great.
Okay. Anyways, sorry, got a little off track because of the topic and the fact that I was calling people stupid. But I'm sorry, I don't actually mean you're stupid if it happens. For me, it's hard to imagine it happening. I don't know. This to me is like sliding the Joy-Con on the opposite rail for no reason. Kind of stupidity to me, but it happens. Some people have done it. So, all right. That's what we're going to be going over. So anyways, our very first topic is not that. Gamer, what are we talking about?
Okay, guys, where are the third-party games for Switch 2? Like I said, we just had Summer Games Fest. We had the big Microsoft showcase this past weekend, and a lot of people, including ourselves, predicted that we'd be seeing a lot of Switch 2 logos at these events, and we didn't really see any of them other than games we already knew about. I think the Sonic Racing game may have had a Switch 2 logo in it. Obviously, we know Tony Hawk, the new Tony Hawk collection's coming to Switch 2. And we got Cyberpunk, again, which is already out. So I think a lot of people were very surprised, but what do we think's going on with that? Where do we think those games are? Do we think that this is a matter of Nintendo supposedly has a direct coming up and Nintendo wants to save those announcements for their own showcase? Do we think it's some of the rumors, people speculating, hey, like Nintendo held on to dev kits, they were worried about leaks, and people are just now getting their dev kits outside of select studios? Are we worried? Like, is this a thing like, like, there's nothing coming. Obviously, we've got stuff coming. We got the new Final Fantasy VII Remake, Intrigade coming, as well as a number of other third-party games. But I don't know. I think a lot of people, this is one that people are going to be concerned about. Obviously, I think a lot of us were hoping with Switch 2, we'd break the cycle of third-party games landing on a Nintendo platform 6 months later or a year later. Do we think we're going to start to see games like the big Square games and other third parties, EA, Activision, landing day and date in the future? Do we think Nintendo's saving these for their own showcase? What are you guys feeling? Let's start with our guest today. Let's start with Hoops.
All right. Yeah, I think it's mostly just kind of like a situation of time, basically. I think what you said about them wanting to save stuff for like their direct is a big deal because like you said, there's likely going to be one fairly soon, and Nintendo likes to control their announcements. They don't want to have the Switch launch and then just have a bunch of announcements that they're not making just flying all over the place like a couple days later. So I can totally see that being a thing. And then also I think the fact that the system is not even a week old at this point is a big deal. I think there's gonna be a little bit of I don't know if you call it like a breather period or something like that, to where
Transitional phase.
Yeah, they're gonna give us like a week or two to play games, I feel like, before announcing more games. So I think it's just all a matter of whether it's the direct timing or whether it's the timing of the release of the console. I kind of feel like it's just you got to let these things kind of play out and sort of fall into place before everything kind of just like comes out, basically. So I think the time for all of it will come. But I also do feel like, as you alluded to, that we will be seeing these games get like day and date. I don't think there will be a lot of delays just because there's much less of a reason for there to be this time around. So I think it's just a matter of time.
So you don't have any worries about it, like, oh no, where are the third parties, or are they coming? Like, what's your worry level? Are you like, I'm good, they're coming?
I feel pretty confident. I mean, considering there was a lot of support going in, obviously with the Switch being so successful, and now we just got the numbers that we've sold 3.5, or Nintendo has sold 3.5 million Switches already. Like, the third parties are definitely like there. I think it's just like, I just feel like it's a matter of when they want to make the announcements.
Right. Cool deal. Stash Man, thoughts on this one?
Yeah, so I'm not worried. Not worried at all. I 100% believe all the third parties are coming. Nothing's changed. Literally nothing has changed. We just don't know the timeline. That's all it
Yep.
is. It's only a matter of when, not if. That's where I'm at with all of this. It would have been cool, of course, to see some games for Switch 2 announced at the Summer Game Fest, of course, and specifically at Microsoft's. But again, like, we see those games and I can tell which games are coming to Switch 2. You know what I
Totally.
mean? I don't need them to show a Switch 2 logo, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's just certain things in life that I don't need somebody to tell me. You know what I mean? I've had this discussion about, not to get off topic, but about life on other planets, right? I don't need the government to tell me that there's life on other planets, right? I believe there's life on other planets. I don't need you to tell me. Like, I don't need that from you. I can think for myself.
I wish you
And
had.
I know
Sorry to
what's gonna
interrupt.
happen.
I wish you had a slow zoom towards your face. While you were done. That would be so sick.
Some X-Files music playing.
That would have
But-
been so rad.
That's just where I'm at. I don't need for Microsoft to flash that logo or anybody else, because I know what's happening. You just get that in, Nate.
Yep.
Hell
For
yeah,
you,
dude.
man. We got two over here.
Nice.
Very
Bastard.
nice.
Yeah, because I used Michaela's login to get another one.
Hell yeah.
I used her Kenny logins, as I like to call it.
Nice.
Love it.
So
Love it.
stupid.
Nice. Yeah, I've heard some really
Um,
good things about it too. So,
Yeah, it's great. So
except for, hold on. One thing about this, I saw a video on the stash. You know if it's true? It was one of the GameCube games. The Z and the ZL or Z and whatever. These two on the right are opposite of each other.
As you turned off the
Yeah, I know. I turned off my camera. It happens. And you can't
do you-
re-button map it. Like the button mapping doesn't work. Like it says you can re-button map this, but you can't do it. Like it doesn't let you do it. They showed a video on it.
Interesting. I mean, I was able to remap my controls literally at the Switch 2 experience, and I have it on video of me doing it.
Yeah, I know. And I saw the video of the person because these buttons were flipped on one of the GameCube games. I think it was F-Zero, which was very frustrating to have this flip because you want this control.
Yeah.
So
You
and
have
they were pissed off, and then they went to the settings, whereas because it says you can remap it, but then they went to settings and it was grayed out saying not mappable.
Interesting.
But I don't know. I have it right now. I guess I could test it for myself.
Yeah, exactly. So
Ooh, there's damage on mine.
okay, so the rest of the new games here. Obviously, we're thinking about Direct, right?
Yeah.
We're all thinking about when that's going to come. Historically, if we go back to the Switch 1 when it launched, we had a Direct shortly after Switch 1. I think it was maybe 4, 5, 6 weeks. I have a list of all the Directs somewhere, but it wasn't very long. And I just don't really see Nintendo doing a Direct in July unless it is for Donkey Kong, a Donkey Kong
Sure.
specific focus Direct.
Mhm.
But I'm still on thinking that we're going to get a Direct in June. July is just too slow. People are on vacation. People are tuned out. It's really not a great time to try and grab everyone's attention, which is why I didn't think the Switch 2 would ever launch in July. I was very clear that it would not launch in July because of that. And the same thing goes for the news cycle. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Call of Duty. That's a big question on if we're going to get that or not this year.
Yeah.
I still feel like nothing's changed though.
Yeah. I want to ask
I think that'll come at a direct, right?
Do you think the reason for the lack of Switch 2 confirmations for third-party titles is due to direct? Do you think it's more so linked to companies just getting their hands on dev kits? I mean, you made it clear you think the games are coming, so why is it that you think? Do you think Nintendo just doesn't need to? Which, I mean, that's always been the case for them at events like Summer Games Fest.
Yeah.
You know, they never have a presence there. I think we were all when Keeley tweeted that Switch 2 logo, I think it was like, oh, wow, Nintendo's going to have a presence. And I think thinking from the traditional sense where Nintendo just dropped a console and the next week is Summer Games Fest, it's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense for this to be the one time they show up. They have a new console. But again, historically, they don't show up for this kind of event. So do you think it's do you lean towards the dev kit issue, or do you lean towards them wanting to control it and put it in their next direct and have that announcement the way they want it?
Yes, I lean towards Nintendo wanting to control the narrative and not only the flow of releases. And again, they don't have control over third parties, right? When they release games, they can't control the flow of releases in that respect. But they can certainly influence it, right? And they can be suggestive with third parties, like, hey, you know, this time calendar right here, we got some games that we're, thinking about putting out, or we have some games that we're planning to put out that are obviously going to be big sellers, but we have, this area over here that is completely open. This is a good opportunity here. You know what I mean? Like that makes sense, right? So I think in that sense, Nintendo is probably steering some of the developers to a certain time slot. And also, this gives, again, we talked about this in the beginning, this gives every game the spotlight, okay? Because we don't know what's coming next. And because we don't know what's coming next, we're going to buy what's out right now. We're not going to say, oh, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till, August or September to pick up this game. I'm not going to buy anything else until then. I got these games to hold me over. We don't know. And because we don't know, we're going to probably just buy what's out right now. And when we get closer, I think that's when Nintendo will make that announcement. It seems like that might be something that they're going to start doing. I mean, look at Splatoon.
Yeah.
We got an announcement yesterday. Yeah. And I just started downloading the update at 6 p.m.
Yep.
So 2 days later, we're getting a Switch 2 update. So it seems like they might want to have a shorter window from announcement to the actual game release. And this all goes hand in hand with what we've talked about plenty of times on this podcast, the instant gratification consumer. That's the consumer today. They want it now. They don't want to wait for a long time. And so it makes sense, So I still think everything is on course.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah. You guys both have had, a lot of great points to make. And I just want to mention this because I think this paints such a clear picture. And I know everyone on the podcast already knows this, but it paints such a clear picture of how different Nintendo is from Sony and Microsoft when it comes to a console launch. I mean, we just got the Switch 2 a week ago. We have Mario Kart World. We have Kirby Air Riders coming this year. We have Pokemon Legends ZA coming this year. We have Metroid Prime 4 coming this year. We have Hyrule Warriors, the new Hyrule Warriors coming within, by the end of winter. So within the first 12 months of Switch 2, and likely the new Splatoon game coming within the first 12 months of Switch 2. That's 6 big first-party games. Switch 2 came out in June. So we're getting a big game essentially every month for 6 months straight. Whereas when it comes to our competitors, usually we get one big game on launch year and they need the third parties to fill out the rest. It's fascinating to me because a lot of people are worried about it. But honestly, if you're a Nintendo fan and you got a Switch 2, you're going to be eating good this year. Mario Kart's going to tide you over till July. Then you got DK Bonanza, which is the big, awesome single player game. You got more multiplayer stuff coming, more single player stuff coming. It's looking good, but it is interesting how different it is. And I think probably a lot of people who are maybe less of a dedicated Nintendo fan base might be curious, where's the third party, without realizing how many great games we already are getting within the first year of the console's life cycle. Let's go over to Sako. Sako, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah. I think it's kind of a dual edge thing. A lot of these third-party games or third-party companies are probably working on games that are either already out or stuff like that. So they don't have to, announce that it's coming to Switch 2 until, not too long before it comes out, because, what's the point? They're working on it. I think they are coming. And then the other thing is I wonder if is going to be a shift in the gaming industry where there are shorter time periods between announcements and launch, because there's no delay if the game is not announced. You can internally delay the game all you want. If the public doesn't know about it, there's no delay. Nobody to get mad at you. So I think gaming companies, especially with how many delays we're seeing, things like that, are going to start going, okay, let's hold our cards a little bit closer to our chest here. We're 95% of the way through the game here. It should be out within the next, 3 to 6 months. So let's now put it out there, where if we do delay it, maybe a month, something like that, instead of 2.5 years, or something like that. Prime 4. I think that's kind of what's going on. Is right now they may be working on some new games. And that kind of falls into we're going to hold on to these until, a little bit closer to release. So we aren't going to get slammed by if there are delays. And the other part of it is I really think that they are working on stuff that's already out. So, why do they have to announce it? They'll announce it and then it'll come out the next week, because they don't have to have a big hurrah for it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the Twitter drops are fascinating. I mean, I feel like the big one that we started with was Paper Mario and the Origami King, where it was like, whoa, like what was that? We weren't used to Nintendo making that style of announcement. Yeah. Now it's Splatoon, and this is one that they could have. I have to imagine it wasn't like that trailer is just finally ready. I feel like they probably could have thrown that in the last direct, to be honest, that we got, and that would have just added more. But it's cool seeing a big announcement like this a week after Switch 2's launch. It's like, oh hell yeah, keep them coming. But enough about that. Let's go over to Nintendo Prime.
Not only do I have that coming, I completely disagree with almost everything said so far.
Oh, good.
Okay.
For starters, I know we're gonna be talking about it later, so I don't want to make a big thing about it. But I don't think that's Splatoon games this year. No, they didn't give a year. They didn't say 2025. They didn't say 2026. They didn't even tell us what kind of game it is. It was a teaser. Same kind of stuff we're used to getting with Zelda, and then Zelda comes out 3 years later. I'm not thinking it's 3 years from now, but I don't think it's this year. You know what is this year? Kirby Air Riders, because they said 2025 confidently when they also gave us a teaser for that. There was no 2025 with this one. I don't even know if they have a tentative release date for this yet. They're probably aiming for next year.
I don't think it's coming this year.
So
yeah, I just meant within 12 months. I could see it launching by next summer. You know what I mean?
Sure. It could. It's just one of those things where this idea that Nintendo's doing a shorter announced to release pattern. Well, look throughout Switch, a lot of things were announced a year ahead of time. That's just what they do. The only exceptions were Metroid Prime, which they never thought was going to take this long. And then Zelda. And Zelda's always teased 2 or 3 years early. And we'll probably get the new Zelda, 3D Zelda teased next year during the 40th anniversary. It'll probably get teased and still not come out till 2029. Because that's just what they do with Zelda. But Zelda fans are used to that. That's just kind of expected with Zelda. You'll hear about it. Sometimes they'll even then the next time you see it, they'll tease a year, and you already know it's going to be the year after they teased. All Zelda fans know it.
Fair enough.
Seriously, we've been through this cycle going all the way back to Ocarina of Time. All right, man, this is what happens. They do an initial teaser, and then the next time they show it, they give a year, and then it's always the year after. All right, so sometimes 2 years after in the case of Breath of the Wild. because it was 2015, then come out to 2017. That being said, Zelda fans are used to that. And plus, I think the people who make Zelda know that Zelda fans like to speculate. So giving them all those years to speculate and theorize really hits with the hardcore fan base. So it kind of works for that game to have that longer hype cycle. But there are other franchises. It's usually within a year or a year. There are obviously exceptions when game delays happen, and Nintendo's the one company that's always willing to delay things. We can give an example like Legend ZA was actually announced with more than a year until it was coming out. It wasn't announced last October. It was announced before then. So that's actually more than a year, which is, again, that's unusual for the Pokemon company, I feel like, to do that. But
I think it was already done though, Nate, don't you?
Maybe.
Like I think it was held back for Switch 2.
Maybe. I don't know.
I know
we have
it leaked. The whole game leaked.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm not going to make guesses at their reasons. I'm sure they'll be asked in an interview at some point.
That is my official guess.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to make
educated
a guess. I've got the balls to make a guess.
Yeah,
I'm
it's an educated guess, man.
Well, that's just dealing with. We're just talking about Nintendo stuff there, right? Obviously, this topic's more about third parties, but I just wanted to point out that I do think Nintendo's still willing to tease things far out. Dust Bloods could be more than a year out. We don't know. Could be holiday next year for all we know. And that's Nintendo's publishing that. It's maybe from software. So there's a lot of Nintendo's just kind of doing what they always do. They gave us what we need to know for the next 6 months, a couple teases for next year. They'll give us release dates at the next Direct, and then give us even more teases for next year, because that's just what Nintendo does. September Direct usually massively teases a lot of stuff for the following year. So we'll see what happens there. It's the 40th anniversary of Super Mario in September, for those that don't remember. So if you're wondering, why haven't we seen the Mario movie trailer yet? Guys, September. Come on. It's the 40th anniversary of Super Mario that month. That's clearly when they're going to show the first trailer. Anyways, we might even see 3D Mario that month potentially, that'd be nice. That would be a nice little treat before the holidays.
It'd be really nice.
Can you imagine if they do that and it's out today for the anniversary? Just blow up.
I don't think they're gonna do that.
See it tomorrow.
No, of course not.
2 months since Donkey Kong.
Dude, I don't know.
Donkey Kong.
What happened to Built Different? Come on now.
Shadow Drop, one of the biggest Mario games ever. Yeah, right now. But getting back to the third party stuff, like Eric was talking about a lot of hey, they're not really showing it because it's a lot of games that are already out. And I think that's true in some cases, like Assassin's Creed Shadows. That wasn't going to show up this weekend. Anyway, the next time we hear about that, we already know it's rated for Switch 2. That's going to be at a Nintendo Direct. And that could be like a week after the Direct, right? Like, there is a point to be made that some of the games are games that already are out, like the Cyberpunks of the world that were out. And so it'll just be a short announcement to release. I do agree with that. But what I don't get, and I put this entirely on Nintendo. Why does Nintendo want to have their platform treated like it's special compared to everybody else's? I'll give you an example. Do you guys think Call of Duty is coming this year to Switch 2?
I have no idea. Probably not.
I don't know if it is. Nobody knows. Great.
Okay. But we'll talk about it in the next topic.
but yeah, it's in the next topic. But there were some interview quotes saying that their teams are both their teams are working on Call of Duty for Switch, yada yada. We don't really know what any of that means. But let's say that it does come this year, because there's a 10-year contract, and that 10-year contract states day and date, feature complete. Okay, so if they were to get that, why do we have to wait for a Nintendo Direct to have the Switch 2 logo show up with Call of Duty? Why can't it just be announced with all the other platforms? And Nintendo did this a lot during the Switch era, where third parties would announce their games at Summer Game Fest or the Xbox Showcase, but you couldn't put the Switch logo. You had to save it for the Direct. Why? Yeah. You're not Nintendo. These are third-party games. They're not.
I don't want to interrupt, man, but I think this is a great question to ask, because I actually find myself annoyed by this frequently. It's one of my pet peeves with Nintendo, because oftentimes we get a bunch of showcases from other companies, whether it's Summer Games Fest, where it's representing everyone except for Nintendo, and then we get a Direct, and a fourth or a third of the trailers in the Direct are the exact same trailers we just had, but with the Switch logo at the end. And I'm like, why didn't you just announce it there and then make this a more tighter, just make it shorter, but like all new and fresh. So I do understand that. But I mean, Nintendo's stubborn, And for the most part, it's worked for them. But they're a stubborn
Here's
company.
the difference. Okay. So for years now, we've heard from journalists mostly that a lot of third-party games are coming to Switch 2 compared to Switch. Right? A lot of them. Okay. It's good you're going to start hearing that a majority of games are coming to Switch 2. Obviously, we haven't heard that yet. Switch 2's out now. We still haven't heard that yet. A majority of games are not coming to Switch 2 if we want to just look at the trailers. Some are. First Light as an example. That's one of the ones I'm really excited for. So I keep bringing up the 007 game. I'm really hoping they nail that one. But
it actually looks really good too.
It does look really good. It looks a lot better. Like I enjoyed Hitman, but like this one looks like it's even like a step above the quality of what they did with the last Hitman game. So I'm really excited to see what IO did with that game. That being said, what's really interesting to me is Nintendo has this thing that we want to be treated special. We want, when we announce Doom the Dark Ages, to be a shocker. And Doom the Dark Ages is one of those ones that's already out, so fine. But when Call of Duty gets announced for Nintendo, we want it to be a surprise. Like, oh my God, Call of Duty's coming back to Nintendo. And it's like, but we already know this. And now I understand not the general audience doesn't know because they don't follow all the news. But the point is the impact of the announcements is much less when it's games that have already announced at all these other events. You know what would hype up all your Nintendo fans? If the Xbox Showcase had Switch 2 logos on every fucking trailer.
Yeah.
They would
you know when it works? You know when it works when Nintendo does this? It's when they do a third-party game that we've already seen, you know, in a previous event for another company, no Switch logo. But then there's like Nintendo specific content in it. Like, I don't know, Solid Snake comes out in a Mario hat and overalls.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's when it works really well. And it's like, oh, sick. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I understand that, like, oh, this strategy worked, quote unquote, worked during the Switch era. Did it? We didn't have full AAA third-party support during the Switch era. Did it work? How many million sellers did we have from third parties during the Switch? Did it work? Did it work for anyone but Nintendo? That Nintendo would just drop a game every single month and third parties would get buried on their own eShop? Did it really work? Because it felt like it kind of took the wind out of the sails. Because you know what happens when these games get announced on other platforms before they get announced on yours? People go pre-order it on those platforms, not yours. So now people are pre-ordering games on Xbox and PlayStation that were announced over the weekend. And if they're coming to Switch 2, they don't even have the opportunity to pre-order it on Switch 2. And some gamers are multi-platform gamers. That's reality. Yeah. And that maybe would consider the Switch 2 version, but not if they already threw down their money on another platform. Especially because a majority of sales on those other platforms are digital. So this is one of these things where I feel like this is just Nintendo being a little wanting to be treated like their system is it almost comes with like an Apple mentality. Like, we're special. It's different when you announce it for us. But is it? Should it be? Do you want it to be different when it's announced for you? Your game, the game coming to your platforms usually doesn't perform as well. Not just with sales, just even like raw performance, like frame rates and visuals are always usually worse because you're the weakest platform. And all you're doing is trying to act like getting this announcement is a bigger deal. Like, as an example, I brought up the Call of Duty thing. We kind of already know that's probably a thing, if not this year, next year, whatever. It's got that 10-year contract starts at some point. If it's not this year, then probably next year, right? Because say they didn't have the dev kit long enough. I don't know. I don't know what the details of the contract are. There might even be a start year for it. And maybe this year it's Warzone and next year it's something else. I have no idea. But what I will say is what gets me is some of the games shown over the weekend clearly would like fit really, really well on Switch 2, just even with the audience of Nintendo. Doesn't feel as special. You brought it up yourself. Like, they'll just play like the same trailer, but throw a Switch 2 logo at the end. And it's like, why? And I get for the general audience. Like, I overall, there's people that watch Nintendo Directs that don't watch these events. So it's a surprise for them. And I understand that. But why wouldn't you want your brand front and center everywhere? Imagine coming out of the Xbox event, all anyone's talking about is that all the games are on Switch 2. What if you imagine coming out of Summer Game Fest? People aren't talking about the PlayStation 5. They're talking about how every single game's coming to the platform that just came out yesterday. Like, you would own the headlines if you would just let third-party companies put the logos in the trailer. They cannot control when third-party companies release their games. That is absolutely true. If you guys want proof of that, they literally told Ubisoft you should not release Sparks of Hope on Switch. And they did it anyways. Like Nintendo can't control if third-party companies release games. And that had Mario in it. And they couldn't stop them from doing it. They told them, we really don't think you should do this. You should save it for Switch. No, all right, then don't listen to us. Because they couldn't control it. It was all in Ubisoft's control contractually on when that game came out. So they can't stop games from coming out. But what they can do is, hey, if you're making a game, you got to wait to reveal it in our direct, that it's coming to our system. And that's them controlling the marketing cycle. And I don't think they should have that power. I know they can because it's their platform, but I don't think they should. I think it's important for third parties to not have their games, like let's say hypothetically, Call of Duty and I don't know, pretty much all those Microsoft games. Let's see, they all drop in the next direct, right? Let's say there's a direct this month. That's cool. That's exciting. But then what happens if Nintendo has a massive reveal at the end? Like they always do. It's usually their own game. Let's say for some reason it's 3D Mario. The only thing anyone's going to talk coming out of that direct is 3D Mario. No one's going to give a shit what was announced before it, if you're a Nintendo fan. But you know what we would have gave a shit for the 3 weeks up to that direct? All the third-party games that had the logos in it the 3 weeks before. So like Nintendo's own games overshadow third-party games in their own direct. Happens every time because Nintendo directs are for the hardcore. And the hardcore, they're not there for the third parties. They're there for more ZA. They want to see Legend ZA, although we know we're seeing that in July, right? There's a July event already. Yep. So might not see it in the next direct. But the point is, they're there for, they want to see more of Kirby Air Riders. They want to see Age of Imprisonment and get a release date. They want to see the big surprise holiday title that we think is out. They want to see Nintendo stuff. That's what people tune into directs for. What's Nintendo got cooking? That's all people talk about coming out of any direct. Either they had a really good direct because they were cooking with their games, or they had a bad direct because they weren't cooking with their games. That's usually what it is, unless it's a third party only direct. And those are always significantly less views than a general direct. So then why not let the third party showcases that have the millions and millions and millions watching, why not let them have the Switch 2 logos? Especially because guess what? You know who's also watching those? Maybe the Nintendo fans aren't. But people who want to play those kind of games are watching, and they will think, man, Switch 2 might be the system for me. Because all these games I want to play, I can now play on the go and on TV. Like I like if you're someone who adores Xbox and likes Game Pass as an example, but then you're like, yeah, but like I'm kind of don't like that. Like none of my friends are really playing on this right now. Everyone's kind of going to PlayStation, but I really don't want to get a PlayStation. You know what might make you want to get something else? Well, if you knew all the Xbox games were on Switch 2, and then you're like, man, but I can get them all on Switch 2, plus I could get all the Nintendo games. That's a selling point. But that audience isn't spoken to when you only reveal this stuff to your hardcore faithful in a Nintendo Direct. And it's been a problem I had with them the entire Switch generation that I kept thinking, even though they're their best-selling system and the market leader, I don't think they captured any of that audience from Xbox, PlayStation, or even PC on the whole, because at all those events, they kept taking away marketing for their platform at those events by forcing the biggest announcements to be in their own events that only appeal to their already existing fan base. So, and I get that this is probably just a thing for this year. I can't foresee we get to next year and the Xbox showcase happens and Switch 2 logos are not in that showcase. If that happens again,
that's when you worry.
I'm then Nintendo's being draconian, especially if like almost every game in that Xbox showcase ends up in the next Nintendo Direct. I'm like, okay, what the fuck are we doing? Like this is I love Nintendo's ecosystem and their games, but sometimes their decisions as a business, I just don't know if they really fundamentally understand how to appeal to anyone but their own audience. And you do that by letting your logos be in that stuff so everyone feels the confidence that, one, it builds confidence in them buying your platform. Two, it builds confidence that those people believe your platform can run all these games. Because the more the logo keeps showing up in all these big AAA games, the more they're like, shit, Switch 2 is a serious platform. Now, the caveat here is maybe none of these games are coming to Switch 2.
Yeah.
And that's a scarier thought. That's a thought I don't want to have. Because that means, oh shit, it really is just the Nintendo platform with the occasional big third-party game, just like Switch. We thought Nintendo was making progress, right? We all like we all think it's going to get a bunch of third-party games.
It is. It has
but
to.
Exists because we just went through a huge summer showcase. No new games announced for Switch 2.
I think Switch 2 is in a different position than the Switch was. Obviously, the Switch was wildly successful. Nintendo's most successful home console of all time. But in its origin, there was a waiting period of people like, what's going to happen with Nintendo's next console? Wii U was, man, that was not good. We don't want to waste the resources, the development time. Yes, the Switch proved itself, but it also was, in an age where people are developing for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, there's a lot more hurdles and challenges and things that need to be packaged with an apology, is how I like to put it.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a different time now. Switch 2 is a much beefier machine. We just had a dev compare it to the Xbox Series S, which is a really good thing to hear, because that means that gap between generations and competitors and the ease of development is a lot closer now. So I think this is going to be a different story. That on top of everyone already knows the success of Switch. Developers are way familiar. We just now had unbelievable record-breaking sales over the course of the last 4 days. I think this is the time where developers are going to be like, okay, we don't want to miss the hype train this time.
No,
and we have the power not to now.
And I agree in principle. And there's some signs, like we're getting Madden.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're getting Final Fantasy 7 Integrate and seemingly probably Rebirth, the way that they've been teasing the Final Fantasy 7 series of games coming to Switch 2. And that would include a PlayStation 5 exclusive, and then obviously the third one that's not out yet. So, and Square Enix in general, I think, has already made it pretty clear they're going to be there. They're all in. Yeah. Because they're all in on everything. They're done with the exclusive train because it wasn't working for them financially.
And we could be seeing, like, it's already unbelievable watching videos of Uplay Prime, Uplay Stash, and tons of other people online playing Cyberpunk on the Switch 2, and it looks fantastic.
And power-wise,
Witcher 4.
Is that
going to happen? That would be huge.
So it was for those who don't know, it was in my video today. A Konami developer, the producer of Wild Hearts, which is a Xbox Series and PlayStation and PC only game, so not on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, is coming to Switch 2. We already known it was already announced. And they talked about how easy it was to develop for, and the only thing they had an issue with was adding in the fourth multiplayer person. That was their toughest thing in development because of the sheer amount of customization in the game. And so that's what they feel like was causing issues, but they did make it happen. They were just asked the question, what was the hardest thing about developing for Switch 2? And that was it. It was just adding that fourth player in. But they did do it. So there's nothing cut from the game. It's the full game. But they're the ones, when they were asked directly, hey, is it closer to PS4 and Xbox Series? Like, well, it's really hard to make direct comparisons. But from my perspective, it's closer to the Series S. And you brought up Cyberpunk. The reason that's interesting is because a lot of people are bringing up Cyberpunk 2077 comparisons and keep comparing it to like PlayStation 4 Pro and like, oh, the textures don't match up. Yeah, you know what the textures match up with? The PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series, because they didn't port the PlayStation 4 build. They ported the Xbox Series and PlayStation 5 build, so the textures don't line up with PlayStation 4 Pro intentionally because it's not the same. That's not the version of the game they ported. So it's interesting, as we've seen a lot more favorable comparisons. It's very clear that people are using the Xbox Series S, at least version of the game, on Switch 2 instead of the PlayStation 4. But that's the thing, though. We're still talking about games that either already came out or are in this, like Madden, like a yearly franchise that just wants to maximize sales. So I feel like, I'm not personally concerned yet. Well, I will be concerned if we get past the next Nintendo Direct, which I do think there'll be one this month. Maybe there won't be, but I think the last week of this month they could have one. I think they need one. As much as we can be, oh man, they dropped this exciting announcement on X, YouTube, and Nintendo Today. I know everyone's like, it's a Nintendo Today announcement. They dropped it on all three at the exact same time. But as exciting as like Splatoon Raiders announcement was, nothing has a release date.
Yeah.
After Donkey Kong Bonanza, we don't know when any of this stuff's coming out. Like, that's the biggest sign we need a Direct. There's literally no release dates for any of Nintendo's games except Pokemon, which, they just decided to drop that out of nowhere. They dropped that. No one expected the release date, just dropped out of nowhere for that. But I guess for some reason they wanted to let us know 2 months ahead of time about a Pokemon Presents. Don't know why. Like that. I mean, Hoops is just chuckling over there. It's like, yeah, what is up with that? What? 2 months ahead of the why we just know now? It's weird. It's weird.
So just to clarify, I want to get your perspective on this, Prime, because it seems like everyone who's shared their thoughts, Hoops, Eric, Stashman, they're all leaning towards Nintendo Direct. Nintendo's holding on to these announcements. It sounds like that's what you're leaning towards as well. Does anyone think that this could be an issue of Nintendo not sending out dev kits to a lot of studios and kind of closely handpicking which studios they want to have switched to early? I personally feel like it's probably more that they want to control the announcements, but it's probably also, I think it's a hybrid. I think it's both. I think that they were probably careful with what they sent out. Obviously, leaks have been pouring out about Switch 2 for months and months and months and months, not just leading right up to launch, way back. So I feel like it's a little bit of a hybrid of both, leaning a little bit stronger on the side of they like to be in control of their announcements. Do you, Prime, think that this is part of it, or no? Do you think there's no merit to that?
I think there's a relevant super chat that came in about this from Demonic Brawley. Says that you think some of those trailers were made in advance, like before Nintendo allowed dev kits to their companies, because not every developer had gotten one before launch. And he 100% believes that. That kind of gets to what we're talking about. That like, hey, maybe some of these people didn't have dev kits, right? Mm-hmm. I think for indie studios, absolutely true. I think a majority of indie studios didn't have it. So a lot of the indie announcements, none of that surprises me. Like, they don't have the damn thing. Maybe Team Cherry does. Maybe with Silk Song, maybe. But again, do they really need a dev kit till right now? Probably not. They could get it over right now. We heard there was a story coming out of GDC this year that most of the developers there, which were indie developers, didn't expect dev kits until June after the system came out. Well, okay, cool. That makes sense. It's out now. It's probably pretty easy to get dev kits now. But the thing is, like, do I believe Microsoft didn't have a dev kit or multiple of them? No, I don't believe for a second they didn't have a dev kit or multiple of them. We know EA does. Madden's coming over. That was in the Switch 2 announcement. Like, they have dev kits.
2K.
Yeah, 2K has dev kits, and yet we're not getting announcements from these people for some of their biggest games. And part of it, and I have to be a little careful here because I know a little bit behind the scenes. There is something to the dev kits because some of these big AAA studios only got like 3 of them.
Yeah, I've seen that.
They put them all into one studio for one game, which sucks. I mean, that's just from a development perspective, only having 3 dev kits at a massive AAA studio like EA or Ubisoft. That's not productive for them. It's almost like not giving them anything, really. You're only going to get one game out of that. So I know absolutely that played probably part of a role is they just didn't have enough dev kits because Nintendo was really limiting and wanted them to limit who knew about things. This is Nintendo worried about leaks. They didn't want to give too many dev kits out because then if, let's say, every studio at EA had 3 dev kits, yeah, that might be normal, 3 to 6 dev kits per studio, but then the leaks are crazy. Everything leaks out. I don't know why they were worried about it. Everything leaked out anyways. We knew all the specs. We knew the chipset because NVIDIA got hacked. We even knew what the damn system looked like. It leaked out of it. So they didn't work. Everything leaked out anyways. But Nintendo definitely, I think, was trying to control that. So I feel that there's a combination of both of where Nintendo wants to control when announcements happen, even though they can't control when release dates happen. And they found a way to convince these companies that we best know how to market your games to our audience, which I think Nintendo is correct in some cases. Because I bet you they can point to Doom and Doom Eternal and be like, hey, look what we did for those games. Probably were million sellers on our platform. Look what we did for them. It's like, yeah, but there's supposed to be a lot more third-party games this time. It's really easy to push a narrative when you have so few major third-party games compared to what we're expecting, right? We expect there to be a lot. If not this year, next year, we expect there to be a ton of third-party games coming over. So if that's the case, you can't have one company successfully market all those games to everyone. It's just not going to work. So at some point, they got to take the reins off. So I think there's a combination of Nintendo wanting to control and trying to make a big deal out of it, and a combination of maybe a lot of these games just literally are not coming because they don't have enough dev kits to realistically make them come over. And that sucks to even think about But it could be that all these big third-party games aren't coming until 2026 because they don't have dev kits in time. And that's why I brought up that point that the scary thought is these games might not be coming, actually.
To be honest with you, if a huge chunk of the SGF games didn't make it to Switch 2, I wouldn't be that bummed out. When that presentation ended, I swear, like, I couldn't differentiate a third of the announcements.
Hey,
they look the
Resident
same.
Evil 9 is the only one I care out of there. That
was a big one.
That one doesn't
I'm
come
bummed.
with a cloud game.
I'm bummed because when we did our SGF predictions, I was like, "Oh, dude, Suda 51. I bet we're gonna get his new game," and we did get it. But at the state of play, I'm sure that game's gonna land on Switch unless Sony paid for some sort of exclusivity, which I wouldn't imagine they would for a Grasshopper Studios game, because they're not exactly big sellers. But game looks sick. I hope it lands on Switch too. Really bad. But yeah, I mean, I think you guys have all made great points. I'm kind of down the middle. I think it's a little bit of a dev kit issue. I think it's a little bit of Nintendo wants to control their announcements. But I'm on board with Thunderstash in that I think the games are coming. Yeah, maybe not all of them. I think there are going to be some third-party games that don't make it to Switch 2. And if this early round of announcements from this year, there's a big chunk that don't make it, I think future announcements, next year and the year after, we're going to see, there might be teams where we're like, okay, not this time, but the next round, we're going to be putting stuff out on Switch too. Worst case.
So I got 1 point to make. So, we're all talking about whether these games are going to come to Nintendo or not. And I think we need to look at it from the other side as if we're the third party. And they want to put their games on Switch too, because they want to make money. This is the console that sold over 150 million. This is the console that just broke all the records. But here's the kicker, okay? This is where it goes from want to a necessity. Is that they have to follow their fiduciary duties to the shareholder. Mm-hmm. And it's fiscally irresponsible, right, to not release your games on the most popular platform that sells the most software, that has the highest attach rate, and that makes the most money.
Absolutely.
You can't do that. You can't get away with that. For all of these devs that are publicly traded, you can't get away with that shit. You literally cannot. Like,
yeah, look at all the studio closures. Look at all the games failing to meet expectations that aren't on one of the most popular consoles, or the most popular console out there right now. Yeah, it's wild. And I mean, look at Square. Square is a great example. They've struggled with Final Fantasy sales. Obviously, Square makes some amazing games. They're all in. I imagine they're going to see a big boost to Final Fantasy sales. Huge.
Their games,
and
they're anything but Square.
Absolutely. I'm really curious though to see the numbers if we ever get them on titles like Cyberpunk and Yakuza. I'm really curious to see how those perform on Switch 2.
Dude, CDPR is so excited to announce those sales numbers once they cross 1 million. Like, they're super hyped to do that. And I think they also want to do it to throw it in the face of all the other developers that chose to not go physical on cartridge. I really do. Sure. I truly believe you can call it petty. You can call it, trying to make a point, but I believe that's how they operate. And they're really excited to prepare that press release. I really do. I think they're excited about it. So, I don't know. What do you guys think about this fiduciary duty? So it's the legal responsibility, and it's also that you cannot afford to continue bleeding out money, because this industry is suffering when it comes to development studios, right? And whether that's mismanagement from the top, we don't, I'm sure it's a lot of different things that we're not even going to get into, but the point is that a lot of people are losing jobs, And the way to make sure they keep their job is to make more money. And Switch 2 is your answer.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
I think like the whole reason we're even having this discussion is because if you go back to like the Wii era, that's when all this started with like third parties not hopping on board because Nintendo's consoles were underpowered and so weird and yada, yada, yada. Like that's the whole reason we're having this discussion in the first place. And obviously with the Switch, they sort of rectified that to a decent degree by like having a super successful console and also having one that was a little more traditional and easy to develop for. And now, but then the issue with the Switch that sort of didn't make it a full turnaround, but kind of like a half turnaround was the power of it. And now that's not even as much of an issue anymore. It's still like kind of is, but not really. So I feel like the entire reason this is even a conversation is more or less eliminated with the Switch 2. Like every reason that a developer would have to not go with Nintendo for their game is basically gone unless they have some like internal petty reason that they just don't want to. Like I just don't think, like Thunderstash was saying, it just makes no sense to.
And even if you do, like if you're an executive, right, and you do have that, like this petty thing against Nintendo, you're gonna have to just deal with it because you have to release your games there because you are held responsible as a publicly traded company.
Yeah,
and I don't foresee any indie developers having like pettiness against Nintendo. I think if there was, it would be, one of these long-standing AAA companies, right? So yeah, they literally have no choice. Like if you got beef with Nintendo, it doesn't matter. You have to do what's best for the company and for the shareholders. And things like this happen in life every day for all of us. Sometimes you got to work with people that you don't want to, right? Go ahead, Nathan.
Just to be fuck you, goddamn. Part of me is my mom named me.
Oh, so degrading.
I'm named Nathaniel. The reason they named me Nathaniel instead of Nathan was so people would call me Nathan, because no one ever calls you by the long version of the name. They always go shorter. People still call me Nate, so it didn't work.
No,
it literally didn't work. So I should just be literally called Nathan, but whatever.
Did it turn into Nate Dogg too?
Yeah, that was
because
a very common.
the 90s, of course.
Yes. Nate Dogg was very popular.
Of course.
Then a lot of plays off the last name. That's a big thing our era did, was lots of plays off the last name.
Yeah.
God, just too many nicknames for my last name. That being said, Rumpelstiltskin, Janskin, Jansen the Pants.
Yep. Well, it didn't help that you actually.
No, I had that nickname before that.
I know that, but
that just got a new meaning after that. New meaning. Right? But no. So just to play a little devil's advocate, one of the common arguments I see on the internet is the reason that big third-party games maybe don't all come over is because they don't think they'll sell on the system. Not because the system's not selling well, but because they got to compete with Nintendo's games. Like we talk about how like, it's the best-selling platform with the best-selling games. I'm like, yeah, but that's Nintendo. The third-party games didn't sell the best on this platform. They sold the best on other platforms. This was actually the weakest platform for most of those games that came over. So, like, that's always the counter argument is Nintendo fans don't buy those games.
And I think there's truth to that too. I do think there are games that do really well on other consoles and the audience isn't there on Switch. I have no idea how successful a Call of Duty will be on Switch. Maybe it'll be the biggest thing ever. Maybe it'll be a big flop. But what I do know about Nintendo and Nintendo gamers is that when it comes to RPGs, especially turn-based, we're all here. So Square not having big games on a Nintendo console, a game like Expedition 33 would be phenomenal on Switch, and I think would do really, really well. Even Western RPGs, thinking like Obsidian games. Yeah, I don't know. I think
all the RPGs did great on Switch.
Yeah, all of them.
And the open world games too. Skyrim did great. Yeah. Witcher did great.
The two genres that I feel would do the worst on Switch, but maybe not as bad as I think, is your military shooters, competitive military shooters like Call of Duty, and then sports games. And I know you guys love sports games, so you probably hate to hear that. But then again, let's be real. A lot of times, like I love to say, a lot of those games, when they do come to Nintendo consoles, they've always been packaged with an apology. Like, yeah, we'll give you this new sports game, but it has no story mode. You know, like they'll do something like that, and it looks like ass. But I don't know. Maybe that'll change now. We've got a more capable piece of hardware. You know, we have something much more next gen from Nintendo for the first time in a long time, and yeah, maybe we'll see those patterns change, especially because Switch appeals to such a broad audience now. I mean, 150 million units. Holy shit, guys. That's a lot of consoles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't think it's just hardcore Nintendo fans anymore, you know?
I don't think it is either. I think the Blue Ocean strategy worked again. It worked with the Wii, right? It brought everyone in. You had Wii's at retirement homes. But with the Switch going handheld, that was really kind of the second coming of the Blue Ocean strategy. It brought in so many people who hadn't gamed in years. How many times have all of us heard this? Like, the Switch got me back into gaming.
Absolutely.
Like 1,000 times, right?
And
yeah, so
and in a different way than the Wii. In a different way than the
Mm-hmm.
Wii, because like you said, the Wii was like, I think the Wii gets a bad rap. I actually think it's a fantastic console with some incredible gems. Yeah, we got a lot of shovelware, but I think they kind of put themselves in a little bit of a pickle by going so hardcore to the casual side.
Yes.
That it was to their detriment. Whereas Switch appeals, once again, back to that hardcore audience.
Yeah, I think Switch it appeals to everyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they did a really good
and
job, because I do feel that way about Wii. As a hardcore gamer, it really felt like it truly catered to the casual way more than it catered to us any day of the week, right? So yeah, I feel like the Switch ironed that out better than, you know, any Nintendo console in recent memory. I would say the Switch, when it comes to the library and the variety, was as good as the Super Nintendo, which was peak. I think Switch and the SNES were peak when it comes to the libraries. Same can't be said for 64. Can't be said for the GameCube.
Well, SNES was peak because it had every third-party game.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd argue Switch was peak because it had Nintendo putting everything on one system, not because it had every third-party game. Like, it would peak for different reasons.
Yeah. Like, I think the Switch
Nintendo
is the best
Nintendo.
RPG machine,
Sure.
Yeah, I agree.
which
I agree.
saying a lot.
Unless you're into AAA Western RPGs.
Yeah.
Outside of Witcher 3, didn't really get the rest.
Yeah,
so-
and the Switch is cool. And if you want to be cool, you bought a Switch too. Otherwise, you were a clown.
here we
chump
go.
in the neighborhood.
Yeah. That's but no, anyway, so I know I was being like a little devil's advocate during this topic, but it's just one of those things where, like, for years I've been covering all this and we've been hyping it up, and like, it's gonna get all these third party games, and we just gotta wait for it to be revealed, and then we're gonna get third party games, and we just gotta wait for it to come out, and then we're gonna see the third party games. And here we are. I know it's only a weekend. We still haven't seen it. Like, when is this happening?
Yeah.
And it was, you know, the journalist that told us it was going to happen. Okay, so when? 10-year Call of Duty. Oh, it can't be last year because they're waiting for Switch 2. Switch 2 is here. Call of Duty's revealed. Still not here. What's going on? It's a contract. It's happening.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, if it's just waiting for a Nintendo Direct, fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is going to be the biggest Nintendo Direct ever then, if it's got all the third-party games in it.
It needs to be. It's the first Nintendo Direct. And I think Nintendo will answer the call.
Well, I hope. Even though it frustrates me if they're just holding the announcements for there, because, again,
it's their duty.
You want to build, but you want to build that up. We just talked about how, like, third-party games don't sell as well as Nintendo's on Nintendo platforms. It's like, well, how do you get that audience? by letting your logo be in the game where that audience is watching.
Yeah.
Well, look at this though. Look at the Nintendo app. What does that tell you? What is the biggest thing the Nintendo Today app tells you? One word. And it's also a video game.
Control.
Control. Yes. Control. Guys, we know Nintendo. Some of us have read books about Nintendo and watched documentaries. They are very into control. We talked about this last year. I talked about on this podcast how important it is to Nintendo to control the narrative. And remember how I was worried about them losing the narrative for a little bit? And they actually kind of did, right? Because they did such a shit job with their communication on certain things that we had to end up explaining it to people.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
you know
Though,
what I'm saying?
they kind of lost the narrative with that, and now the system's out, and they're losing the narrative with third-party games being on their platform. Like the narrative is gone.
I think it's too soon to call because I mean, we're only.
I know it's only a weekend. I know
we haven't even had these for a week.
But yeah, but that's my point.
That's hard to believe.
I know, but think about it. That's kind of my point. If we had a bad narrative that they kind of lost heading into launch happened, and now we're all just like, okay, what's next?
Well, look, we know we're getting it. We all know this. We have DK scheduled, and we have Pokemon. That's it. So we know we're gonna get a huge direct. It's the first direct. It's the first
think about the huge direct
of the Switch too.
But think about that. In that huge direct, we need dates for all of Nintendo's games. Doesn't that just overshadow all the third parties? So why can't the third parties do their own thing and have their Switch 2 logos in it?
I mean, I don't know if it's going to overshadow it. There's games that are third party that I am extremely hyped for, like Final Fantasy and Red Dead.
But do you think the general Nintendo audience that watches directs are?
Yeah. And if they're not, maybe it's our job to explain to them how great these games are. For
think
real.
it
I
is.
mean, I absolutely
I think it is.
Like that's the job, like as a reviewer, right? Is to let people know how great certain games are.
Sure.
And to not that's literally why I published the Fast Fusion review first, because I'm like, people are gonna pass on this, right? Because there's no retail presence. It's an eShop game. No one's looking at the eShop for Switch 2 games right now. But it's like, hey, if you want an F-Zero one day, buy this game, right? And maybe Nintendo will commission Shinnon to do one next time. But you know what I'm saying? Like we have to tell people how great these games are so they can go out and play them. Or tell them how bad they are so they can save their money.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think reviews have a lot of purpose there. My thing with directs is I think the only people that watch are the most hardcore Nintendo fans.
I agree.
And the hardcore Nintendo fans usually just play the Nintendo games.
You know, I agree with you. I'm curious if that might change a little bit now with Switch 2, though. I mean, we'll see. But just based on the new hardware, the new power, the new capabilities, I am curious if more people are going to be gazing into the power. Nintendo releases its next direct.
I feel like the generation now for Nintendo is way more plugged in than it was 5 or 10 years ago.
Sure.
Like during the Wii U era, where it was just like the hardcore like Nintendo or hardcore video game nerds watching, all of the conferences. I think that has changed a little bit, especially with social media. Everything's, on Twitter, Instagram. Nintendo has a presence everywhere. Between that and the theme park and the movies, like Nintendo's name is omnipresent, right? So I feel like people are tuning in more. But here's the thing. If you don't tune in, Nintendo's going to tell you about it on their app. So you're going to find out one way or another.
And who has the app? The most hardcore fans.
I mean, I don't know. I would love to see the numbers on who has these. How many people have the app.
You watch direct. That's the only way you know it exists.
I think that once we start seeing things roll out on the Switch, if and when things like Master Chief Collection, the Gears of War stuff, that's going to broaden the audience because a lot of people have really soured on Microsoft. I think Game Pass is amazing. I think it's the most consumer friendly offer, and it's a really great proposal now, considering how much that they're raising all their big games to 80. Who knows? Like there might be a new lineage joining the Switch family this generation. We'll find out. Go ahead.
2 super chats I want to go to the way that are just related to this topic. One is Lovable Idiot saying, I'm just asking for common sense in 2025. Well, I mean, that's the thing
we
about
talk about all the time.
That's the thing about common sense. It's not actually common.
Yeah.
That's the ironic thing about common sense.
Hey, same goes for common knowledge.
Yeah, things you think should be common knowledge. It's not actually common knowledge, but it should be. Feels like it should be. And this other thing is a point to bring up that that game key cards aren't helping the case, though, says Demonic Brawler. The story is that third parties are happy game key cards exist. So like that actually is probably helping third parties want to come over because they can have a retail presence that doesn't cost them hardly anything.
Yeah, I think they are helping the case because they come in one. Retail presence.
The thing is, he's so full of like these dad jokes, and he's not a dad. It's great. I love it. Anyways, before we sign out of this top, move on to the next one. Hoops, you got any thought on this? Stash and I have been going back and forth for like a half hour, man. You got anything you want to add to this?
I want to hear your input. I do.
I mean, I think with regards to what you're saying, Nate, with the I guess the devil's advocate, I think there is like, I don't disagree with any of that, but I think there is, I think it's kind of a mix of both. Because one thing I've been thinking as you guys have been talking is I kind of feel like it would be a very Nintendo thing to do, to want to, maybe it is in the first direct that they have or something like that, but basically make a big splash with a bunch of third-party announcements all at once to basically emphasize that Switch 2 has third-party games, and then they show off Final Fantasy and like just like a bunch of like high-profile third-party games at once to really kind of like hit the nail on the head that like the Switch 2 is different in terms of third parties. With that said, I don't know what they'll do after that. If that's their plan, like, will they keep it exclusive? Will they let the third parties do their thing? I totally agree with you that like one way to just like truly take over the gaming industry, if you really want to, is get your stuff and get people excited about your products in other people's shows. So I agree with you on that front, but I think there is, I just feel like it's Nintendo being Nintendo, and they're just like, we want to make this next direct like huge. We want to show off Donkey Kong. We want to show off like, they basically want to, I feel like they want to really just like hit home that the Switch is going to have a lot of great games, and if you like lump them into this direct and show a bunch all at once, I feel like it makes a big impact. Plus, I think there's again, going back to what I said earlier, I think like timing is kind of an issue with it, because I think they want people to focus on Mario Kart and how awesome that is, and I really think they also want people to focus on Donkey Kong, because Donkey Kong is great and 3D Donkey Kong is awesome, but it's also the first 3D Donkey Kong in like 25 years, and it's not Mario at the same time. So I feel like it's kind of a game that I think will do well, but it also is not just automatically going to do well. So I think they want to like give that its time to shine, and then kind of once they get the opportunity to do that, roll out some of this other stuff.
I think it's a good point. In playing Mario Kart, so I haven't played it a ton, right? Because I'm working on other stuff too. But just to confirm, there's no Donkey Kong tracks, right? Right, and I was talking about Donkey Kong being the first expansion. Talking about this a few months ago, how I thought we would get an expansion.
I mean, there's kind of a DK themed track a little bit.
Well, we actually had like Donkey Kong titled tracks, right?
Right.
And obviously, Joey Pitts, right? Joey
TK
Pitts will tell you every week. Diddy's not in it.
DK Spaceport, Donkey Kong Spaceport's in the game.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking.
So there is a
But
DK.
I do see
There's
where
one,
you're going
yeah.
with that.
You just threw him off.
Because like they don't have. I mean, there's way more they could do with Donkey Kong for sure. I feel like. So
Absolutely.
I agree with where he's going with it.
I feel like we're missing a Donkey Kong like cup essentially.
Mhm.
Like we're missing about 4 Donkey Kong tracks that could be in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
if DK is like the first thing to get like a Nintendo World expansion at Universal Studios, then I think that more or less can apply to something like Mario Kart. So
Yeah.
I kind of almost feel like since Bonanza is a thing and now and it's not just like it's a big deal of a game. Like it's not a B-list game. Like this is like a major Nintendo release. I kind of almost feel like with this and then obviously with like the Mario movie and then Super Nintendo World and all that stuff, I feel like they're almost, and you could even say the rebrand of Donkey Kong, like the redesign. It's almost like they're trying to raise Donkey Kong like individually, like separate from Mario, like up a level. Because
he feels like he's being relaunched in a sense. Like there's already the rebranding, so you call it a relaunch, a reboot of Donkey Kong, a re-emphasis. It could be a lot of things, right? And one thing that we've talked about a lot, but I've always thought that Mario Kart World was going to be like the driver for all the Nintendo IP, free advertisement. So, hey, we're going to release a Donkey Kong themed cup in Mario Kart. And guess what? 70% of you have that game because 70% of the Switch 2s are Mario Kart bundles. So now we're advertising to 70% of the install base Donkey Kong for free. We're not having to pay for commercials. And there's a track in the game now because I would presume that we would get some of the classics, but there's going to be a track based on DK Bonanza. And that's how you advertise in game. And that's how you continue to. This is why I think we're going to get a lot of IPs in Mario Kart because Mario Kart's literally the driver to advertise all your IPs for free.
Cool. Well, speaking of new IPs, Eric.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not really new IPs. It's about driving.
Yeah.
Driving other Nintendo IPs. What's our second topic, bud?
Well, we've kind of half touched on it already, but there's been at least one new game announced, and that's Splatoon Raiders. Are we excited? What do you think the game is going to be like? Do we care? And then there's been hints at other games. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 has a lot of chatter. Activision admitting that both teams are working on Call of Duty for Switch. Whatever that means. Do we think it means Black Ops 7 this year, or is it something else like Warzone?
All right. So which one do you want to hit on first? Splatoon or COD?
First let's hit with Splatoon. Man, for me, I saw the trailer and I was like, "Yeah, this could be interesting." I thought it was going to be Splatoon 4, but then they decided to do a complete spin-off game, and that's all right with me. I'm probably still not going to play it. I played Splatoon 2, and that's the only one I've played. I don't hate the game. It's just I haven't bought it and played it. So that's me.
To me, this we hardly know anything about the game, obviously, but to me, this could potentially address like a really big issue, I guess you could say, that has barred me from playing a lot of Splatoon. And that is the fact that this looks like it'll be a single player game. I'm assuming, given that it's a spin-off and everything like that. And for me, that has always been, I guess, like the number one critique is that the multiplayer is obviously the focus. And that's not a bad thing, but then it just like, I'm more of a single player guy. So I haven't played a ton of Splatoon because of that. I got super into the first one and really, really loved it. But then I didn't really play a ton of the second one, and I didn't pick up the third one just because, like, multiplayer is not as much of my thing as single player is. So if you bring a Splatoon game in, you're not really, it's a spin-off, so you're not messing with obviously the core multiplayer experience, but just to make a single player Splatoon game so people that like single player games can sort of get a taste of Splatoon. To me, that makes me more inclined to pick it up and play it, because now I'm like, I like Splatoon, I think it's cool, and now there's a single player game where I can really, that appeals to me more, basically. So for that reason, I'm more excited about it than I think I would be like a traditional Splatoon game.
Oh yeah. For this one, first off, I'm super stoked because listen, I called Grasshopper 2 weeks ago. New Suda 51 game, we got it. I also said that I think when we see the next Splatoon game, now obviously I was thinking 4, so I was off there. I did say I feel like they're gonna go in a different direction with it. That 1, 2, and 3 are so iterative that they need to do something new, change it up a bit. Obviously, hey, we got this cool little tease of a Splatoon side game, really cool. I do have a theory on what kind of game it is, and I actually think this is going to be a roguelike single player game. They had their expansion, the side order, for Splatoon 3. It's fantastic. I'm not a big roguelike person, but side order was a ton of fun. And when you watch this trailer, there's a few standout things to me that make me feel like it's going to be a roguelike. They keep showing this kind of base that your characters are at. They show the fishing. I have a feeling that you're going to be expanding and growing this base. You're going to be doing things like fishing and crafting at this base. And I think you're going to be doing runs on this unknown island that you get sucked into, and doing runs with your robot companion. It's bulky. It looks like it opens up and will fit items that you collect. And I think you're going to be doing island runs and returning to your base and developing your base and crafting and fishing for resources. That's my theory. And you're going to try and get farther and deeper and discover more pieces and parts to this mysterious and weird island. That's my theory.
I like it.
And the other thing I'll say with just to build off of that is Splatoon, for as cartoony and bright and colorful as it is, it's got some like crazy deep lore when you get into it. So to be able to just like dig into that in a single player experience, I feel like it just sounds amazingly fun. So I think it's going to be like pretty cool once we actually get to see more of it.
I think it's interesting that Nintendo is experimenting with spin-offs on a new popular IP of theirs, because like Splatoon blew up really on Switch. I mean, it did decent on Wii U, all things considered, but Switch is really where it established itself. So it's interesting because it is one of Nintendo's biggest IPs. It sells 10 million plus every time. So it's nice to see them, like, because we have spin-offs for Mario, infinite spin-offs there. They have ones for Zelda. There's tons of Kirby ones, which is, a smaller IP for them. And now, obviously, Splatoon, they're trying something new. I like this idea of trying something new and going in like a new direction just to see if there's appeal. Like, the trailer here, I believe it's got almost like 1.9 million in Japan. Splatoon's been massive in Japan, which makes it one of the most viewed trailers for any Switch 2 game already. And it's only been like 24 hours. So I think that there's a lot of potential here and a lot of interest in what Splatoon can do outside of its normal. Like Splatoon 4 is going to exist. You're going to get all your multiplayer, probably have a single player campaign like all the rest. But this is something they're trying to do that's different, that they might do more of if it goes really well. And a roguelike, that makes some sense. I'm not exactly sure if that's the direction they'll go. Obviously, they didn't really show any pure gameplay to really know what's going on. Right? This is just a giant teaser, right? Like it could be more
Totally
action adventure like.
Yeah, totally.
Possibly.
It's just a theory.
Yeah, it's just a theory. Like we see running around here. Is that gameplay? That looks like more action adventure like. But we don't know because nothing happens, right? Like it's just a bunch of cutscenes. So I will say visually, it's a pretty big upgrade. I don't know if you guys noticed that's If you play Splatoon 3, that is a huge upgrade visually. Holy crud. That's awesome. I'm glad to see that. Like, this is a true Switch 2 game, probably made for Switch 2 from the very beginning. I don't know if this had like a really long dev cycle, but I think that this was always meant to be a Switch 2 game. So that's exciting. It's one of the first games that I feel like coming out that maybe started as a Switch 2 game. Because I'm not sure if DK Bonanza started as a Switch 2 game. We know Mario Kart didn't, right? So I'm waiting for like, what's that game that was built for ground up? This might have been one of those ground up started as a Switch 2 title. So that's also exciting as well, because it'll take better advantage of the hardware. So I'm just excited to see what this team can do with some unique ideas outside of the normal Splatoon. Some of this stuff, by the way, someone figured out one of the songs by the group, actually teased this entire thing. The lyrics line up exactly with what they show, which I find to be interesting, because it means that they were kind of planning this a while ago. Like, they were planning to do this sort of thing. They were teasing it in Splatoon 3 with one of the songs. It's kind of neat. Just kind of a thing that some mega fans have noticed. I find to be clever. As was mentioned, like by Coops, like, there's a lot of deep lore in Splatoon. There really, really is. And a lot of people ignore it because they either don't play the single player or they don't pay attention to what's going on. But like, technically this whole game is in a post-apocalyptic world. There's a lot of shit that's happened.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. If you guys don't want to like play the games to try to catch up, like, there's summaries all over. There's like entire YouTube videos that summarize all this. It's a crazy story. And this looks like it's obviously going to be heavily story focused, which it should be if it's a single player experience. We presume it's a single player experience. We don't know, but it looks like it is, because they don't show any multiplayer sequences. Then again, we don't really know, because we're still guessing at what the game is. Stash had to step away from a lot of the conversation. I'm actually curious, like, what do you think about Splatoon Raiders, and what kind of game do you think it's going to be?
First off, I'm really happy for Splatoon. I think this is great. A Nintendo IP branching out to a spinoff, I think, is a really big deal.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me just curious about what else they have planned for Splatoon's future. Are we gonna get anything as far as maybe a movie? Anything theme park related down the road? It seems like they're putting a lot of stock into Splatoon. There's a huge focus, obviously, with the Splatfest. And it just feels like it's one of Nintendo's more prized IPs. Obviously, it's not on the level of like a Mario Kart, Zelda, 3D Mario, but I feel like they would like it to be.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to just like get it in that direction, because it's obviously so popular, but it's also young. So I think their perspective is, we've struck gold with this. Like, let's make this our next Zelda, Mario, Animal Crossing, whatever. But obviously that takes time. You don't want to throw out 2 or 3 spin-off games like too quick and then just like oversaturate the market. And
you can't
blah,
do
blah,
an
blah.
Assassin's Creed every year.
Exactly. Like, I think the way they're doing it, like, they've got Splatoon 3, so they've got effectively like their trilogy, and now they're stepping out with something different. I think it's the perfect time with the way things are set up to do something like that. And like I said, I think this is gonna bring in even more people, because there'll be people like me who are more single player focused that'll be inclined to pick it up, especially because it's like shooter focused. Like, shooters are obviously super popular. Single player games, I think, obviously have a lot of appeal too. So I think there is just a lot of potential for this game to be really good and to grow Splatoon even more. And then I think if it does do well, we'll continue to see them build upon that with more stuff and just like more games and just like everything else. So
yeah, I agree with you. Like, I think it's interesting the amount of lore that's in the game, right? And when you put that amount of lore in it, it makes for good options, like possibly TV, possibly a movie. something more. And it just seems like that's the direction they would like to go. You know, maybe after we get the Mario movie, we get the Zelda movie, I would expect DK's after the Zelda movie. Maybe Splatoon's on deck. Maybe it's Metroid. Maybe it's Star Fox. Who knows? But you know what I mean? Like, I think there's more coming. And I think there's a possibility, a real possibility, that Splatoon could be like in that same area with those games. So it's very interesting. So overall, I'm very happy for Splatoon. I've not played a ton of it, but I did pick it up. I bought it at Walmart. It was delivered to my house about 3 hours later, which is impressive. Shout out to Walmart. Shout out to Walmart in Anthem, Arizona. You guys did a great job. Outside of delivering the package in the dirt and not in my mailbox, literally, Michaela sends me a picture because it got sent to her app, and it's just literally sitting there in the dirt. It looks like just a video game laying in the desert. Cool.
Foreshadowing Splatoon's future.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I text her. I'm like, I'm recording Indie Mania right now. I can't go leave and grab my video game out of the desert. Can you please grab it for me?
I totally think Splatoon is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and I think that's a wonderful thing.
Yes.
We sit here and we say, you know, it's obviously not Zelda and not Mario and Animal Crossing. Those games obviously have a lot of history with Nintendo. This is still a newer IP, but man, look at the sales of Splatoon 2 and 3. I mean, both those games have sold more copies than most Legend of Zelda games.
Yep.
So I think it's only a matter of time. I think the game has wide appeal, and I'm with you, Hoops. I much prefer single player games than multiplayer. There's obviously exceptions to that. But I think this one still has room to grow.
Dude, RC Cola.
How long has it been since you've had an RC Cola? I'm just asking. I had one last week, and it was nostalgia hit for me.
I didn't even know they still made RC Cola, to be honest.
Oh yeah. All right. So look, I grew up on RC, right?
Oh yeah.
My dad was a big fan of the Khalil. Did you guys have that? The good guys from Khalil brands. So it was like RC, I think Sunkist maybe.
Yep, that was one.
Right.
Yeah.
A&W, which I have stocked in the mini fridge, of course. It was all the fun sodas, but dude, RC, man, it's no joke. Royal Crown, it's the king.
Dude, I'm gonna have
it's
to
the
pick
king
up
of
some
cola.
RC now. He always does this to me. Start with the Airheads. Now it's the friggin' RC Cola.
We don't have RC Cola, Eric. We don't have RC Cola. I don't know where you're going to.
Whatever happened to do you guys remember way back in the day Crystal Pepsi?
Yes.
You guys remember that?
It's badass.
Clear Pepsi. It looked like Sprite.
Yeah. I remember
the most gimmicky soda ever.
Captain Bacon asked, "Where's the Shasta?" You guys remember Shasta Cola?
Oh yeah.
Dude, Shasta was the shit too.
Yeah, Dr.
I could go for that.
I used to drink Dr. Shasta as a kid.
The one that that they don't make it anymore. Was it is it Kick? What was it? Yeah, the one that had the warning label on it in the 90s.
Oh
no, Surge.
Josta was one too, yeah.
Josta was
Surge, man. There got banned.
Yeah. Yep. So I'll tell you,
get a can of Surge for.
I'll tell you guys
myself.
A super quick story. So we were at summer recreation, right? My brothers, my two older brothers, my cousin, and
what did I just get into?
No, so there's a vending machine there, right? And of course, growing up as kids, you're limited on soda, right? Like your parents know how much soda's in the house and how much you're consuming. But they don't know, of course, when you go to summer rec, right? Mm-hmm. And there's a vending machine there. Mm-hmm. And we would literally like stalk the guy, all of us would, who refilled the vending machine. because he would be bringing in the Josta and the Surge.
Hmm.
And as soon as he loaded it up, it was gone. It was gone in an instant, like sold out immediately. It was like cracking a can for kids. You know what I'm saying?
It was, though, because I have a similar story. When I was in 5th grade, I would like smuggle
Soda cast.
cans of Coke from my parents into my backpack and just like deal them out to my friends at recess.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Awesome.
You didn't get anything good drink wise at school, but like when you had like a backpack full of soda and you could hand them out, like you were the cool kid
Yeah.
at recess.
I got one.
So-
I got one for you, and I have a feeling Stash is going to know the name of this because I forget the exact name of the flavor. The High C with Slimer on it. from
Ecto Cooler.
Ghostbusters.
Ecto
Ecto Cooler. Thank you, dude. I knew you'd know.
Of course, dude.
Dude, I used to
One of the
love
best
that
ever.
that shit.
Yeah.
Dude, those were
Excellent, man.
So good.
Excellent product placement, marketing. I mean, God, dude, how many years after Ghostbusters did Slimer have a high C drink? What the heck?
Dude, they used to
right?
call me Slimer in high school because of that shit.
You drank it that much?
No, that's actually a fabricated story.
Oh,
Call
I
him out.
apologize.
hey, we'll give a shout out though to. Now we're talking about old drinks. Yoo-hoo.
You.
Yeah, it was
You.
classic.
Well, that's still around. My kids like it.
Shit, man. How much sugar's in that?
I don't know. A lot.
Oh,
A
God.
lot.
I was gonna say if it's not a lot, I'll go get some.
But yeah,
want
Mountain,
some now.
Mountain Dew, yeah, dude, Surge was the bomb. But then Jolt as well, and then Kick had the warning label on it. What did we just read on that warning label? It was like
hazardous to your attitude.
hazardous to your attitude. Label.
Oh my God.
I'm like,
So
dude, all
tough.
these photos I got back. By the way, Surge made a comeback, wasn't it? Like a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
No way,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, I did.
There's probably a different recipe though. I'm
No,
sure.
Probably.
No,
it,
No?
tasted
Tasted-
like I remember.
it tasted like I remember.
It
That's
tasted
wild.
like bad decision childhood.
Yes, it did.
Well, you got to remember, like back then, it was like a lot of these things got banned because of the caffeine level, but all the energy drinks today have so much more caffeine than back then.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
like
yeah.
now it's like weak sauce. It's weak.
Well,
sauce.
back then too, it's like the ads, man, were so sick. So it's like as a kid, you'd see the ad, you're like, dude, I have to have that.
Have it.
It's not like that anymore. Now it's like, oh, that looks cool.
Have the Ecto Cooler. I
That's
had
pretty
that.
good. But
Cool
before it was like so
ever.
in your face. Surge! You know, and like,
Yeah.
and, like your parents' heads would explode and stuff.
Yeah.
Great. I mean,
It's
that's
like
what
Sega's marketing back in the day too.
I mean,
completely over the top.
basically- Yeah, it's basically if you ever see the joke ads for Power Thirst on YouTube,
Oh,
they're based off the Surge ads.
Mhm.
It's a fake.
Oh, yeah.
drink. It's a fake energy drink, but it's fucking hilarious.
Oh,
And
I haven't seen it.
they base
You
it
haven't
off
seen
all
I've
the
seen it.
other
Oh, God.
ads.
I've seen
Oh,
it. It's good.
Oh my God, I
Dude,
got you.
that
I got you, Stash. I
Yeah,
got
that
you.
literally
All the links. It's good. They're hilarious.
not just Surge though. That
Early
that
YouTube days.
not just Surge, Power Thirst, the commercial literally encapsulates just 90s commercials in general
Yes,
and
it
how
does.
like disturbed and whacked they were.
the things they say in some of the ads. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, you could say that in the 90s. You can't say that today.
No, you cannot. Oh God. The other
Power
God.
Thirst make you run like a canyon.
Oh, God,
what
yeah,
the
wait,
fuck?
What?
Oh yeah. No.
Stop. Does it
Oh, this
say-
is college humor.
that's
I just
terrible.
dropped the 2 links to the 2 parts.
Yeah.
They're
College humor
hilarious.
put out some funny shit back
Oh,
in the
God.
day.
Oh yeah. It's just like the Scott Sterling.
Oh God, yep.
You guys ever seen the Scott Sterling ones? Those are like,
Oh,
oops,
God.
just laughing.
Yep.
I know
The
what
Scott
that is.
Sterling ones are great.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So wait, so that's
Float to
next.
the air like
So
an
that's next
angel.
week. That's next week's tangent. Is random '90s commercial or random commercial?
or old comedy sketches
Yep.
from the early 2000s.
Yep.
Oh man. Anyways,
Yeah, because it seems like we went from candy to soda
well,
to this
just
to that.
because
I know.
he popped an RC
I know he
Cola,
did.
and I'm like,
I know he did.
that's good. That's good. Good pop. I did not expect him to basically have a mouthgasm when he took a sip.
I mean,
oh my god, has he not had one in like 20 years?
Dude. It's so good though.
I know it's good. I'm just saying, the way you acted, it was like, dude, I watch you devour Airheads. It's like nothing. I eat that all the time. It was like the first RC Cola you've had in your life at that point. That's what it felt like.
It's just so good. It's so smooth. It just brings you back, man.
I got a feeling what our bonus podcast is going to be about all of our favorite snacks and drinks.
It's not even going to be a gaming podcast. It's just going to be literally reminiscing of like the 90s and early 2000s.
Oh my god,
better times.
Okay, so I guess we probably go to the Call of Duty part. We kind of briefly touched on it before. But like, what the hell do we think is going on with Call of Duty on Switch 2? Like what the hell's happening? Obviously, you know, the quotes right now are our teams are working on it.
Yeah, I know what they're saying. I know what they're saying.
What?
Both our teams are working on it.
That's
no, like one team's working on Warzone, the other one's working on Black Ops. They have two teams working to bring both games to Switch 2. That's how I read it.
All right. I mean,
okay.
I like it.
Well, I mean, if one team's working on Black Ops, it's got to be day and date. That's the contract.
Yeah. Here, dude, this could be like, we look at Fortnite, right? And with Fortnite hitting Switch 2, everyone's like, yeah, I mean, this might be the best place to play Fortnite portably, right?
Yeah.
That's been the take.
Yep. Way better than the phone. Way better.
Yeah. I mean, Call of Duty can be in similar conversation as one of the best places to play it on the go. You got to get it on there. Like, again, this benefits them more than it benefits Nintendo. Nintendo just sold 150 million without Call of Duty. Okay. Now, would they love to have it? Yes. Would we love to have it? Yes. But this benefits them way more than it benefits Nintendo. So they need to get it on there to make money. So I think both teams are working on both Warzone and Black Ops. Again, Series S is going to be easy port.
Yeah, and Warzone I think makes a lot of sense in general because like Fortnite is actually pretty popular on Switch. I know people don't think about it, but like there's entire dedicated servers just for Switch players. Like there's like millions of people playing Fortnite on Switch. It's free to play, guys. Like it don't matter that it runs like shit on Switch. People don't care when it's like the only system they got and it's free to play. People play Fortnite on their phones. Like this big fight over Fortnite coming back to Apple and all of this. It's like, yeah, dude, it's like the worst version of the fucking game. What are we talking about? But that's because people will play it because it's free. So, yeah, it's a really big deal for Warzone to get over because Warzone's another one of those games. It's another one of those battle royale style games. It's really popular. And if they can get it to run well, then they're in business. And this is a platform they can definitely get it to run well on. It runs on worse platforms than this. So, you know, I'm waiting for that Apex Legends update. I don't know why that hasn't happened yet. Well, it's EA. I mean, it'll happen in like 3 years or something. Finally, Apex Legends will feel playable. So yeah, look, I think this is one of those games where it's just wait for the direct. Black Ops is there, and I hate that. I hate that for the Call of Duty team that they can't announce it at the same time. Because again, this goes back to treating Switch 2 different. I just gotta stop doing this. Stop treating it different.
I think they want to make a big deal out of it, Nate. Like they want to put a huge spotlight on it in that, like, hey, it's not Nintendo trying to like be difficult. They're like, hey, dude, we really want to like prop this up because we just sold 150 million without you guys. Think of what we can sell with you and think of what you can sell with us. This is win-win. So let's put this front and center, dude, and make this a huge deal. That's how I look at it. Mouse Joy-Con too.
If they kick off the direct with it, I'll agree with you. That was the idea. They kick off the direct with Call of Duty, then I'll be like, okay, they're making it the show beginner. That was the concept then.
You know,
A throwaway game in the middle, then I don't know.
you guys know obviously I reviewed Black Ops from last year, Black Ops 6 on Series S. And like I made a point to play it on that because I felt like it was going to be most comparable to what we could get on Switch 2, which of course now we know that, yeah, that sounds accurate, right? And I got to say, like, playing it on Series S was fantastic experience. It looked great. Frame rate obviously was great. Everything was awesome. Like the game looked amazing. So on Switch too, like I think this is going to be a big deal. To basically have what I just had with Black Ops 6, but also on the go.
Yeah.
And with mouse Joy-Con. And again, using the mouse Joy-Con playing Metroid Prime 4, it felt really good. Like the HD rumble is really good. So I'm curious how they're going to do that with something like Call of Duty.
Okay. So is anyone here, if Call of Duty comes to Switch 2 this year, is anyone here playing it besides Stash?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to answer the call. Who else is? I think it's your duty to.
No one. Look at that.
I will not be
Hoops
playing
is thinking
Call of
hard
Duty.
now.
I will. Okay, I'm just gonna break the ice, guys. I won't be playing Call of Duty on Switch 2. I could give a rat's ass about Call of Duty personally for me. Now I understand it's one of the biggest series out there, and I know it's a big deal if we get Call of Duty on Switch 2. That's a big win for gamers. So I'm not going to discredit that at all.
Yeah,
it's just not a game for me. I don't care about competitive military shooters. They don't interest me.
It's okay. I don't give a rat's ass about fighting games. So,
well,
it is what
Dash, I know you want to jump in. What's going on, man? What are your initial thoughts?
Oh, so, all right, okay, remember, let me just say this. Let me spit this out real quick. Remember, I reviewed the campaign. That's what I reviewed. I don't play multiplayer. Sure. I don't play the competitive multiplayer horse shit. I don't want to deal with all the people playing, talking shit. I'm good. I played the campaign. The campaign is badass. Like extremely badass. It's very good. There's like spy. There's like spy stuff in it. Like I swear to you, it felt more like there was times where it felt like a first person adventure. And I was like, holy shit, like this is extremely good, to the point that I was like, when 7 comes out, I'm there. Like I want to finish that story, because it actually ended on quite a bit of a cliffhanger. But for real, like I said in the entire review, I didn't review the multiplayer. I didn't even play it. I didn't touch it. This is the campaign review, because that's what I actually care about.
Sure.
And it was very good. So just wanted to say that.
Still don't think he's buying.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's
well, I'll have to review it. And if the campaign's badass, maybe you will.
Yeah. Let me keep me posted. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard for me to get into certain settings, you know, like
dude, this was with Saddam Hussein. It was Desert Storm, dude.
It was. Yeah.
It was dude, you literally go into you like infiltrate his compound, and you see like paintings of him like that look like super high quality. It literally looks like you walked into his compound.
Don't give a shit.
Dude, it was so cool. Like if you followed anything, like if you saw any of that stuff back in the day, right?
This doesn't give a shit.
It was fun. Like I was like, this is really cool, man.
I don't care.
I thought it was badass.
Listen, I don't know. I like when I think of like military related games, or even movies for that matter, although I will make an exception for movies. I love like historical stuff, you know. If we're going back to like, you know, stuff like the French Revolution and the Civil War, and you know, even like Renaissance era, like wars and battlefields, like that shit is right up my alley.
Medieval
It's when it's close. It's when it's closer to
You
I
being
don't
alive.
know. Yeah, me being alive to where it's like, I don't know. It's just hard for me to get into it. It's the same with like settings in games. Like, I'd rather see like, I think one of the coolest Rockstar games is LA Noire because that's like a cool piece of American history
That
with
is
the
cool.
detective and old school LA. When games take place in like modern America, that setting for me is so boring because I live it. I don't know. I can't explain it, but it's one of the reasons why I lean. It's one of the things I love about Nintendo. Like Nintendo's so fantastical, the weird and cool art styles. It's why some of my favorite looking games are Wind Waker and Okami. And just like when companies take risks, or when you see weird worlds like the Souls worlds or Expedition, or sci-fi worlds like Mass Effect, it's easier for me to get excited and lost in those worlds. So I don't know. I'll definitely keep an eye out for your review stash. I'm not going to make any promises to anyone here today, but as of right now, where it stands right now,
Probably,
my hype level for Call of Duty is about a 0. And
Yeah.
I want to take a moment to say one more thing, and this is kind of bouncing off of Nate. My issue with Call of Duty not getting a Switch logo at Summer Games Fest, or was it Summer Games Fest or was it Xbox? I forget.
Xbox.
It's a jumble.
It was Xbox.
At the Xbox showcase, is that likely means we'll see it in a Nintendo Direct, and that's a slot we could have had something else that to me is more interesting. But I don't know. Come at me in the chat, guys. I'm sorry. I don't like Call of Duty. I don't know what to tell you.
It's okay. It's okay.
But I like visual novels.
Hoops, you were
Right?
you were leaning, you were swaying. Is Call of Duty in the cards?
So I have a few things to say now. First, I also am someone who has zero interest in Call of Duty. Second, Thunderstash actually did sell me a little bit with that description of the campaign.
Oh,
Like, I feel like that just sounds like a very, like, I had no idea of like the details of that. So I'm just imagining just like playing that on the 4th of July with a RC cola in my hand, just like
Yes.
patriotic as heck, like USA, like that low key
Yes.
does kind of sound kind of neat. I will admit that.
and the cliffhanger does set up 7 really well.
The third thing I was thinking is, even though I'm not a Call of Duty person at all, one thing I can picture happening is back in the day, me and my friends played it a lot. And so I can totally imagine a scenario with Call of Duty coming to the Switch where my friends who admittedly are more into Call of Duty, they're like, whoa, this is coming to the Switch. We should play, live, and just like go back to the good old days type of thing. I could see a scenario where you pick it up to play with your bud, especially because you can do it like on the go so easy. So I don't know if I will, probably not, but like I think there will be a bunch of like pockets of groups of friends and things like that will have that kind of experience outside of like people who obviously are like into the multiplayer,
which is great. It's great for gaming, right? It's great for Nintendo fans. So yeah, like Gamebird, you're not hyped for it yet, but you're hyped for everybody else that's excited for it.
But yes, that's why I specified, even though it's not a game that I'm interested in, I think this is a huge win. And that in and of itself is really exciting. This is a big deal. Doesn't matter what Gamebird thinks. This is a big deal. I'm not being like, no one gives a shit about Call of Duty. Like, who cares? No, it's just not for me. But this is huge. And if we do get a special trailer, I hope they don't do, I think the worst case scenario is that we see it in the next Direct and it's in a sizzle reel. I think that's worst case scenario. Even though I don't like the idea of it taking up the slot of something more interesting. Speaking of sizzle reels, have you noticed that like we saw in the Switch 2 Direct? Sorry guys, we saw in the Switch 2 Direct brief sizzle reel with Hollow Knight, and then even the Xbox showcase, it was like Hollow Knight was like, yeah, they announced it's gonna launch on the new Xbox handheld, but it was like such a like sizzle reel type footage. It's super weird to me. I don't know.
And then their head of PR has to come out on their Discord server and be like, it ain't launching. It's launching before that thing comes out. Just like it ain't coming out this holiday. It's launching before then. And we're like, Well, then just tell us. Yeah, like,
Give us the damn
you
date.
just give us the date. We wouldn't have to start assuming, it's launching with the Xbox hand. Okay, well, I'm good. I guess maybe the next Nintendo Direct. We'll just keep hoping it's the next thing that's going to tell us finally. That being said, Eric, Call of Duty, any interest?
I've played it in the past. I've actually had a lot of fun with the campaign. I'm pretty sure it was Call of Duty, but me and my friend were playing it, and we got to a spot in the mission where we were like had to like activate something in the house, and then they would swarm us. So you kind of like had to defend the house. So we had, for some odd reason, we had just an ass load of claymores. So we were just running around slamming claymores into the ground, and just like the whole house was just barricaded with claymores. Well, my friend opens a door in the house, and he goes, "Oh, it's a bathroom. No pooping." And slams a claymore down right in front of the toilet. So I've had a blast playing it. I don't know if I'll pick it up, but never say never.
I'll just say right now, I'll probably pick it up, even though I could just play it on Game Pass. The last Call of Duty, if you guys remember, had on Nintendo, was Black Ops 2 on Wii U. Played the fuck out of it. Absolutely played the living hell out of that game. And not just the campaign, the multiplayer. Played the hell out of the multiplayer. It was so bad in the multiplayer because I was using the Wiimote. Literally, like, it was like a month after the game came out, they had to separate the Wiimote players from the controller players on servers because we were wrecking face. That bad. It was hilarious because we were coming from Wii, where it was Wii motion controls on all the games, and the motion control aiming is like it's mouse control. It's point and click. You're clicking heads. It's hilarious. Oh yeah, you go ahead and rotate that stick. You're dead. Yep. It was just absolutely hilarious. So, but it was fun. My favorite level obviously being the one on the boat. That boat stage was awesome in Black Ops 2. I forget the name of it for multiplayer, but it was sick. The yacht or whatever. God, it was awesome. That being said, yeah, look, I'll buy this one because it'll be the first one on Switch 2. I don't buy them every year. This is just reality. It's a yearly IP. I'm not going to buy it every single year. Especially because I have Game Pass. So if I'm just curious about the campaign, I can just go on Game Pass quick and play the campaign. But I want to show some support for it coming to Switch 2. Obviously, I know it's going to be coming for 10 years, so it's not like I have to worry about it not being around. But it's one of those things where I just want to see how it runs. I got curiosity there. And then there's just, hey, can I have as much fun with this as I used to? I always play through the campaign. My dad got me really into military campaigns back in the day, so I always love playing the campaigns. My dad's not as into like the Black Ops style campaign because it's like an alternative history combined with like a futuristic setting. It's really, and they're going like time traveling potentially with this one. I'm really interested in that. My dad, he likes like the World War II military shooter style, the old school Call of Duties and stuff like that.
OG.
But I like the futuristic stuff because it's not something I have to worry about being real. Like it's not real. This isn't a real scenario. Like there's some reality of the Saddam Hussein stuff, but like some of that's not historically accurate, and that's okay. That actually makes me feel a little bit better about it not necessarily being historically accurate. There's some weird things in that campaign that I'm like, okay, I'm glad that's not actual reality. That being said, I'm gonna pick it up, and I am gonna be someone who plays the multiplayer. I'm not gonna probably be in the chat lobbies too much. I usually don't like being in there and having kids scream obscenities at me the whole match. Sometimes
I don't do it.
Sometimes it's funny. It reminds me of Twitter. You know, you headshot someone and you hear them say an obscenity at you, and you're like, God, that's funny. How many
people still do? I haven't played like excluding Splatoon. I'm trying to think. It's been a long time since I've played a competitive shooter. Do people still do the teabagging? That was like when I was in high school. Is that still going? That's wild, man. That stood the test of time.
Yeah, teabagging stood the test of
time. Old
time.
habits die hard, I guess.
It's funny in Fortnite, you could turn on voice chat that has the proximity voice chat. So when you take someone out, you can hear them talking if they have voice chat on. And it's hilarious when you take out some kid and he's like, fucking mom, I fucking died again. Mom. I'm like, why are you screaming for your mom? What's she going to do about you dying in Fortnite? Like, what is going on? Like,
That would be funny.
It's just like a Cartman situation. Mom, bring me the Hot Pockets. Bathroom. Like, what are we doing?
That's such a good episode.
You're writing down
Yeah,
the
you make a good
problem,
point.
you up in every lobby to try to take you out. Like, all right, cool, man. But like, so sometimes I got to admit the lobbies are a little hilarious because it takes you back to the old days. Except now I'm older and more mature, so I'm just laughing at the ridiculousness of it all. But I can only handle it for so long before I'm like, all right, it's time to dip out of here, man. Hear an 8-year-old say some of this stuff, and I'm a dad now, so I'm like, all right, man, you need a spanking or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Get off this game. You shouldn't even be playing.
Didn't we have a whole podcast about spankings?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, anyways, so I'm like, I'll probably laugh at it a little bit, then get off. And the only time I'll be in voice chat for that would be like a game chat with, like, I don't know, if for some reason all of us on the pod were playing it together and playing some multiplayer. Yeah, well, I'll just get on game chat and then I don't care because, you know, you guys want to scream obscenities at me. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that would be fun.
It doesn't feel bad when it's adults doing it. It's when I know it's a kid. I'm like, God, you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, but like I like multiplayer Call of Duty. It's a lot of fun. Especially when you have, you know, good friends to play it with. That's what really makes it a good time. Because even if you're not good at it, it doesn't really matter. You got each other's back. You're strategizing. It's fun.
It's fun.
There's a lot of fun modes in Call of Duty, but it really, like, it shines when you have friends. When you don't have friends, it's a bit of a shit show. So who knows? Maybe I can convince Stash to even hop in some multiplayer matches if I got it. Just a few. Just a few.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, well, you got friends. That's what makes it fun. Without that, then it's
Yeah, I totally would.
It'll probably support mouse mode, which means if we get stuck in Switch lobbies with anyone using controllers, we're just going to click heads. So
Yeah, that'd be really fun.
that'd be really hilarious.
It'd probably make for some fun content.
You're cheating. I'm like, no, I'm just clicking your head. You can do the same thing. Oh, they support mouse and keyboard in that game. It's over. Sorry, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when I play Fortnite on my PC and I get in the lobby with Yulia on Switch, and then she gets put in the lobby with other Switch players and people playing on a phone. I'm like, okay, here comes 50 kills. How are you sniping people from across? I'm like, honey, this is a joke for me. Like, can we get in a real lobby? Maybe I should set up the lobby so we play some real players, because this is a joke. We're in a ranked match against a bunch of Switch and phone players. Like, okay, yeah, I'm a PC player. They're done.
Right.
Anyways, it is fun. I will admit, when I get like my 50 kill ratio, maybe the one death, maybe one person got me because I was getting too cocky, you know. But yeah, especially with the lightsaber stuff, I get popped by a lightsaber once from behind. I'm like, God damn it, should have heard them coming. Anyways, that being said, yeah, I'll probably play some Call of Duty. I'm excited about it, but again, we don't know if it's even coming. That's the dumb thing, is we should know what we don't. We need this Nintendo Direct. Hopefully we get it this month. We have Pokemon for sure next month, right? With the Pokemon event next month. They theoretically could do it next month. They could wait until after Donkey Kong comes out if they want. I think it would be weird if Donkey Kong comes out and we don't have a date for the next Nintendo game. I feel like that would be a little weird, but then maybe they put it on Nintendo today. So who the hell knows? I swear.
Right.
We're not doing directs. It's all Nintendo today. I'm like, stop. Oh, anyways, I'm not worried about it yet. Yeah, the fact that they didn't give a date for Raiders, I'm like, all right, cool. There's going to be a direct. It's going to happen. All right, I think we can probably move on to our next topic, which was my topic. All right. So we have launch sales and updated hardware thoughts. So let's just get the launch stuff out of the way. Nintendo announced 3.5 million over 4 freaking days. First off, we need to shout out Paul Gale Network on the podcast last week. First person in the world, before me, and before I had backup sources to his, first person in the world to say that he knew or had heard that it sold 3 million in the first 24 hours. Obviously, with the rest of these sales coming over the next 3 days. For people that doubt it, you can doubt it all you want. I don't really care. He doesn't really care either. There wasn't a restock over the weekend. So when do you think a majority of sales on those 4 days happened? Day 1 or day 4? Day 1. Right? All the pre-orders, all the walk-in sales. we were at the midnight lunch and we saw the lines. You know, you had the line with the pre-orders and the lines that didn't have the pre-orders getting it. The majority of these sales were day one. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the way it was. Restocks have been happening this week though. Best Buy today, Target today, Walmart I think is tomorrow, GameStop's on Friday. So restocks are coming in, and people are still trying to get one out there. In the U.S. anyways. I can't speak for other territories. Because some territories I know, like in some of the countries in Europe, never sold out of any of it, and that's good. Happy for you guys. Plentiful supply. That's what Furukawa promised, and that's what's been delivered. So first off, we have to commemorate this special moment. Fastest selling console in history. And it's not even close. Like, holy shit. I know they predicted, all the analysts, this is going to be a really fast selling system. And Nintendo promised a bunch of stock. But it's one thing to make those promises and then deliver. And it's another thing to deliver and the demand's actually there to sell it. Especially because if you're on the internet, hasn't all the news been negative for like the entire month leading up to it? It's pretty much been negative all the way up. Every day, a new negative story. What it shows is the general audience don't give a fuck. It's got Mario Kart, and it's Nintendo. We trust them because of what they did with Switch. We're buying a Switch 2. Or maybe they just said, hey, all my Switch 1 games will run better. Topic for later. So, it's, you know, I think it's pretty interesting. What do you guys think? Let's go to Eric. You know, do you think that this is a sign of things to come? Or is this just like, hey, Nintendo just had more stock and launched any other system. That's why I broke the record. Sales are going to slow down. You know, because again, there's still those concerns that, okay, yeah, it was always going to sell well at launch, but can that continue at the price it's at and all that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, surprising numbers for, like you said, all the bitching that was out there and the people complaining and stuff like that. I mean, it's surprising. But at the same point in time, it's not, because the Switch sold like hotcakes. And I think a lot of it does have to do with Nintendo having the stock in and ready to go. Do I think this is going to hold the pace? Man, probably not. It might fall off a little bit, but you know, I still think they're going to sell pretty decent in this first year and then years to come here. I will it actually hit the 150 like Switch does? Only time will tell. But I think it might, you know, if they do come out with iterations and stuff like that, like they did with the Switch, it definitely stands a possibility. But yeah, it's a surprise, but yet not a surprise, because, and I think a lot of it does have to do with Nintendo having the actual stock ready to go.
Okay.
So
let's go to the Stash Man.
Yeah, so this is obviously, you know, we've touched on a lot. It's a huge deal. To, you know, just to put it into perspective a little bit more, I had bookmarked one of these tweets because I was like, oh, wow, that's, you know, that is interesting. So PS5 took 1 full month to sell 3.4 million. And PS4 sold 2.1 million in its first 16 days. And so, of course, switched to 3.5 million in 4 days. So when I saw those numbers, I'm like, God, good Lord. Like, it absolutely crushed it. Like, it didn't just barely set the record. Like, it annihilated it, which is just great to see. But, you know, guys, this was part of the game plan all along. We all knew this. We talked about it. We talked about the shareholder meeting. What did he say? What did Furukawa say in the Q&A? That they're going to have enough to make sure that everyone can buy one. That was the game plan. They went out and executed it. Again, Nintendo is extremely strategic in everything they do, which is, again, why I feel very confident about their direction with third parties and how they're handling that. They're very strategic. They're very hands-on, and they like to have that control because, you know, they're confident in their game plan. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm very excited though. I think it's great. And it'll be interesting to see quarter by quarter where we're at. I'll be very interested to see these numbers every time we get a new update from the shareholders meeting.
Yeah. The next update should be, it happened in August, I believe, and it's going to have June. It'll be through June. So we'll have the first month sales. It's up to them if they update past that. You know, sometimes they'll be like, oh, it sold last quarter this. As of today, it's actually up to this. Yeah. They probably won't, because they'll probably save that for the big update during the holidays to make those numbers look bigger and make them pop more, because they'll have 3 full months of data for that. Okay. Let's go to, how about in the hoops, man? How are you feeling about this? How does this make you feel?
So when I first saw the announcement yesterday, I was honestly stoked. I think it's super awesome. And it's also genuinely a bit surprising in the sense that obviously there was just so much backlash with prices and things like that, I mean, I was getting the feeling that it wouldn't really matter, but you thought it maybe would have had a little bit of a dent, but like it literally didn't affect it at all. And if something like, and it wasn't just like, oh, some people caused some uproar and like left a few like negative comments. Like it was substantial. Like the streams for the treehouse were just like flooded with like change the price, lower the price. Like it was like a significant backlash. And so to see that not really make much of a difference, it just kind of says to me, once that wears off, and then like once more games come out, because like they also did this essentially with just Mario Kart, because I mean there were obviously other games, and you had some Switch 2 editions which were nice, but Mario Kart is like the one actual like top tier Switch 2 specific game that they had, and they essentially did it with just that. So once we get more games rolling out, and you don't have to deal with like once the negativity subsides because people have got it in their hands and they're having so much fun with it, I think it's hard to say that it'll keep the pace just because that's literally a pace that's never been done before. But I think it will do a decent job of sustaining it, at least, which is will still result in crazy numbers. I do also think that the stock has a factor in that. Like there were Switches to buy, so that's why they sold that many. But I mean, going forward, I think if that was ever going to be a problem, unless you get like a chip shortage again or something random like that, the time for that to be a problem is like right now. So like the farther we get from the launch, the less of a problem that will be, because they'll just be able to keep up better. And yeah, like I said, once we get that direct, we get a few more games announced. I really think they're in a good position to just snowball the crap out of this momentum. And I think it is honestly crazy to even just like fathom that like they could follow up the Switch's 150 million with like something that could even approach that. But the way the stars are aligning right now, it kind of feels like they could have similar success. And that's just honestly insane. So yeah, I think they're doing pretty good. I think they're set up pretty good for this generation.
All right. Gamer.
Yeah, man. This is some wild stuff. These are massive numbers. And I think what the key part of all of this, and I'm going to talk about the numbers in a minute, is how cool it is. I can't remember the last console launch, especially with a console that's so popular and so desirable, that many units sold, plus there are restocks happening within a week, within 2 weeks of the console coming out, is wild. The fact that it's this popular and people are still able to get their hands on one if they want one, at least for the time being, that's a really cool thing, because that is rare. Usually you miss out on that first wave, you're screwed for a few months before restock's happening. So I got to give kudos to Nintendo for that. Like you said, Furukawa wasn't joking when he said that he wants to make sure there's plenty of supply, as many people can get their hands on one at launch as possible. Good on them for following through with that and not just being PR talk. That being said, 150 million is a tall order, and I don't yet know that Switch is going to be able to hit that mark, or Switch 2 will get close to that mark. I have no doubt that Switch 2 can hit 100 million, no problem. I think at the end of the day, it all comes down to software.
Yep.
That's what's going to keep the momentum, and it was a very smart move to launch with a Mario Kart. It's their best-selling game. It's one of the most beloved IP that Nintendo has. Very smart. We don't have that big holiday game yet, and I hope that's something that gets announced in the near future, hopefully at the next Direct, because I think that does count for something. Listen, Pokemon ZA is coming in October. That's a big deal. We know we got Hyrule Warriors shortly after. Not quite as big of a deal. It's a Koei Tecmo game. A lot of people are going to play Pokemon on their Switch 1. Because there's going to be a lot of people who don't convert right away. You know, maybe not till the next mainline Pokemon game, the diehard Pokemon audience. We need a big holiday IP. I think that's important to keep up the momentum. And, you know, a refresh on bundles. We'll see how Donkey Kong Bonanza does. But I really think games are the key. I think they learned that with Switch. And I think the hurdle for Switch 2 is that when Switch came out, it was this cool new innovative idea. There was no home console like this that you could just plug into your TV and then just pick up and walk out the door with. We're used to it now, but people love it. So they're like, hell yeah, this is another Switch, but way better. I want it. There might be some people who are like, I didn't really care for the Switch. Maybe they had one, they gave it to their kid or gave it to a friend. That's going to be the harder sell, and that's going to be where bigger and better software comes into play. I think once we see that 3D Mario, once we see what Nintendo has cooking with the next Zelda, Animal Crossing, experiences like these big core ones, as well as super strong third-party software, not just CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk 2077, which is going to be badass to see how that one performs sales-wise and is a huge win for Switch 2. But to see like what other third-party games are we going to be getting down the line? Are we going to get that third installment of Final Fantasy VII Remake day and date when that launches? Like, that's going to be a huge deal. If that happens, my console of choice is Switch 2, easily. I want to be able to play Final Fantasy VII at home and in the car or at my friend's house or at a hotel, wherever. So it's all going to come down to software. I'm really hoping Nintendo has a strong plan for it. Again, I think they're off to a good start. Mario Kart World was a really smart launch move. I think having DK Bonanza, a big kind of more open world 3D platformer, a month later is another huge win and a really smart idea. Let's keep it cooking. I know Metroid Prime, a lot of us are excited for that, but that's not the big IP, sadly. Not yet. I hope it gets there one day. Pokemon ZA, again, I think a lot of people will be picking that up on their Switch 1 and then maybe doing a second playthrough later on their Switch 2. But we need something big this holiday. I don't know what it is, but we need something big.
We do. It's the first holiday.
Air Riders, baby. I'm just kidding. The Air Riders I'm excited for, but it's not. That can't be the big one. It's got to be something. No. Either something core and established, or even if it's a new IP, if it's a Legends game by Monolith Soft, fine. But it's got to be something they blow up and make a huge deal about. I'm all for it being a new IP, by the way. As Expedition 33 proved, you can blow up with a new IP. It's just got to be excellent.
Absolutely.
So we'll see. Splatoon was a new IP at one point and it blew up. So I think that so the sales are obviously incredible. You know, when you provide more stock than any system launch ever, that's bound to happen. You know, as people have asked me today several times, well, you don't think a PlayStation supplied that amount, it would have sold? Of course it would have. Of course PlayStation 5 would have sold that amount, but they released during a pandemic, so they couldn't make that many. So yeah, PlayStation 5 absolutely probably could have had this record, but they didn't. And they didn't because they're not willing to do what Nintendo did. By all rights, this system was meant to release last year. They delayed it. Why? For this. Probably wasn't game related. Furukawa did not want to have stock issues. He did not want to sit there and have the problem Switch 1 had year one, where it was just sold out for like 9 months.
Yeah.
Like, no. Scalpers win then. It's bad for consumers. He wanted to try a different approach.
Can I pause you real quick, Nate? Why does everything have to be so damn competitive? Like, why does it have to be so console war-y in the worst way, not the fun way? Like, dude, who cares? It's good for gaming. If Sony has record-breaking sales at launch, hell yeah, good for Sony. That's good for gaming. If Nintendo has record-breaking sales, like, dude, we should all be celebrating this, regardless who it is. Like, why?
Because a lot of console wars want Nintendo not to do well because of the prices.
Yeah, well, it's a
they
fair price
literally
for the console.
because of the record breaking says like, oh, way to set a precedent, everyone. Okay, sorry, not really. I'm having fun. Like, I don't really have much to apologize for. I don't worry about other people. I worry about myself. I am enjoying myself. I'm an adult. I'll spend my money on what I want to. You know.
Yeah.
And I've definitely spent money on worse things that I've gotten less out of in my life.
Yeah.
I've definitely made mistakes purchases before. So far, this isn't one of them. Will it be? I doubt it because I enjoy too much of Nintendo's games, but we'll see. Like, what if I end up not liking DK Bonanza? Like, I think it looks great, but I get halfway and I'm like, I'm kind of bored. It could happen. I don't know. They're trying something new with DK, so we'll see if it rings with me. But I look. The sales have been incredible. I don't know. I think this torrid of a pace, 3.5 in 4 days, that's not going to continue. Because obviously that had a lot of launch hype build up, pre-order times, all that stuff. That doesn't exist anymore. People just go in and buy it now if they want it, if it's in stock. But I do think like it's going to keep up a pretty good sales pace. I saw Nate the Hate, who's often pretty conservative with things. He's an insider for pretty much all of gaming. And he put out there that he thinks it's going to hit 5 million for sure this month. He doesn't think 6 is out of the question, which kind of falls in line with what some analysts put out there about 6 million in the first month, which is insane. Nintendo only predicted 15 million for this fiscal year. Now, Furukawa made it very clear to investors when he said that, we have the ability to produce way the hell more than that. So it's not going to be supply reasons. So if this thing keeps selling like hotcakes, we have the units. That's not the problem. He's just being conservative, being like, we'll match what Switch did year one with 15 million. That's what we're kind of predicting right now because he thought price might be a problem. Hasn't proven so at launch, but that the price is usually something that plays out over time. If it's too expensive, if it's not going to sell, well, no, because like the holiday sales won't be great, even with big games, because people be like, it's too expensive. I can buy a PlayStation 5 for like 300 on sale. Maybe it just doesn't seem as appealing. We'll see. But a lot of that, as Gamebird said, is kind of driven by the games. Like the games drove Switch 2. Like we talk about, it was affordable. It's the games. They could have charged $400 for Switch on day one. It would have did fucking well because of Breath of the Wild.
And Mario Odyssey the same year.
Yeah, Mario Odyssey same year. But if you think about it, more copies of Breath of the Wild sold than Switches were available at launch. The hype around that game was some of the biggest game hype of all time. The Nintendo could have sold Switch at $400 and got away with it. They didn't, thankfully, but they could have. My point is like games sell systems. And that's the thing that like a lot of people forget, that games sell systems because of PlayStation, because PlayStation's method of selling is mostly third-party games. The third party, it's still games though, but it's third-party games. You can feel pretty confident when you buy a PlayStation 5 that you'll get every single third-party game. No one's skipping you. You don't have to question if GTA 6 is coming. You don't have to question if Call of Duty is coming. You're getting everything. That when you buy a PlayStation. And now that Xbox does third-party stuff, you're getting all their games too. So PlayStation feels like a very, very, if you're into third-party games, it feels like a very safe platform to buy because it's going to get everything. Nintendo sells their consoles on the basis of you buy our consoles to play our games. And our issue in the past, once third parties left us, is that we couldn't produce enough games fast enough because we had 2 platforms to support. They fixed that problem by putting them both on Switch. And so games do sell the platform, but exclusive games also sell the platform when you need a unique selling point. Now, for PlayStation, it's just getting all the third-party games, and they do have some pretty kick-ass exclusives. But those come out few and far between.
Few and far between this gen.
Be honest, PlayStation fans. It's few and far between, especially this gen. But they are awesome when they come. Ghost of Tsushima this year is going to be fucking badass. But think about how long it's been since your last badass release.
I honestly hope people are going to hate this. I honestly hope that whatever Sony does next, I hope they're not chasing a console that like, oh, the PS6 is 8 times more powerful. It's like, dude, make the upgrades you need to make and just make it to where we can get like a badass first party title at least every other year. Come on, at least every other year would be sick.
I don't know. You might be asking too much.
I know, right?
Yeah. Anyways, and my advice to them would be like, also like start making exclusives for your platform a lot sooner. So cross gen so much. I know you're trying to worry about sales. Dude, you can release games more often. Cut your game budgets in half, but make twice as many games. Just saying, Sony. So just
it's because of the live service push, man.
Oh, I know
that screwed everything up.
Yeah.
Everything was like
the
10
whole
games
space
in
time
5 years.
continuum.
So
was screwed up.
So as Gamer was saying, before that games are a big deal and Nintendo's game lineup's a big deal. Like Pokemon's, I think, going to help sell some Switch 2s. I think it'll be a driver for Switch 2 that month, but the majority of sales will still be on Switch 1 because that has the install base. But so they do need like a big holiday game that's exclusive. I don't know what it is. I don't think they've revealed it yet. I don't think it's a game we've seen yet. I think it's a game that we'll see in the next Direct. And people are their jaws are gonna hit the floor because that's the one thing Switch hasn't had happen yet is a Nintendo game that makes your jaw hit the floor. Breath of the Wild made our jaw hit the floor. Mario Kart didn't do that. It just looked like it was gonna be really good. Donkey Kong Bonanza looks really good, but jaws weren't hitting the floor. It's just, oh man, we're so excited to have a 3D DK game that looks so fun. Dust Bloods, shocking moment. Oh, it's 2026, and then people got a little. They thought it was gonna be a traditional From Software game, and it's not. So that got rid of some of the hype. So everyone's kind of waiting for the jaw hit the floor game. And I think it's going to be the holiday game. I just don't know what that game is yet. And I think Nintendo's strategically waiting. We'll see. We'll see if that works out. If obviously I think 3D Mario's next year. So I don't think it's that. So I kept thinking, well, if 3D Mario's not until next year, we know Zelda is a long ways off. Those are usually like your 2 guaranteed jaw hit the floor games. It's got to be something we don't know. Something that, isn't Animal Crossing or anything. It's got to be something that blows us away, which is why I'm like, maybe they go bold and it is that new IP that Monolith's been working on for 10 years. I don't know. Something. But point is that game sell systems. This is why I like when people talk about, the Xbox handheld, that's going to be a big competition this summer. I mean, you mean the $800 ROG Ally that already exists, but this got an Xbox skin on it? They're not worried about that. Nintendo's not worried about that. Why? Because they're already talking, it's going to have Silksong day one. Yeah, Silksong will already be on Switch 2 before then. No one's going to care. No offense. I think handheld PCs are great. But there's a reason that in like 4 days, Switch 2 already outsold the best-selling handheld PC on the market in Steam Deck. There's a reason for that. Because games. It has exclusive games for that particular platform, whereas all these handheld PCs play the same games as PC does. There's no such thing as like an exclusive game to these individual platforms. The ROG Ally Xbox is not going to have exclusive games. It's just a PC. Nothing wrong with that. I fucking love PC gaming. But you don't buy a handheld PC because of a particular game that came out. You buy it because of a way you wish to play games you already own. And that's fine. I think that's the great selling point. That's why a lot of PC gamers do end up buying some of these PC things because it's nice to be able to play your PC games on the go. Perfect. I just feel like Nintendo is set up to where no one's really doing what they're doing, having a system that sells on the basis of exclusives. No one releases exclusives at the pace Nintendo does at all, period. There's nothing to be. Microsoft could come close, but they don't drop exclusives anymore. They bought all these studios and they're all multi-plat. So they're not exclusives. Sony, we obviously know, really dropped the ball with a big strategy change that has not worked out for them at all. And then they bought Bungie, which that's looking like one of the worst purchases. I remember when everyone thought that was a huge deal, and it turns out Bungie wasn't doing so hot when you bought them. It was kind of fool's gold. Okay, that sucks. That ended up being bad. My opinion, Microsoft should have bought Bungie ages ago and just kept them as the Halo team. But it is what it is. That's not what happened. Just like Rare could have been with Nintendo. Didn't happen. That's not the way history bore out. So I feel like the future success of the system, I do think it's going to hit Nintendo's margins, 15 mil. How could it not? If it sells 5 to 6 mil in this first month, you're almost halfway there already in a month. and that's before DK Bonanza comes, which could be a big seller. I don't know if it's going to be the big seller, but can I see it, selling better than maybe Kirby Forgotten Land number 6 million over time, be an evergreen title for a bit. I could see that.
I think they need to push out some game editions of the Switch 2 that have like the decorated dock and stuff over the holiday too.
I do too.
Have a big holiday game. Maybe do a ZA themed Switch 2.
Oh, a ZA themed
Yeah.
Think about that in the launch year. Like people like. I know a lot of us get bummed out throughout the life of a console. It certainly happened to me with the Switch when, I bought an OLED when the OLED came out, and then not that much longer afterwards, we got that beautiful Tears of the Kingdom version. I'm like, damn it, dude. I already bought the Switch one. I already bought the OLED. I didn't end up buying the Switch version. But if I hadn't had one, I would have bought it like that. And people will show up for that, especially during the hype of like, oh my gosh, I haven't gotten a Switch yet, and they have a new model, and I want to get that one. So I think that's a smart move early.
Yeah. If they do that for ZA, feels like the one to do it with because that's going to sell well. And it's like, okay, that'll make it sell even better on Switch 2 because Pokemon fans might want to upgrade sooner than they expected to because, oh my God, I want that ZA Special Edition.
Yeah. That would make up
green and black would be cool.
That would make up a decent amount of the sales that you like, the console sales that you won't get because the game's also on Switch 1. Like that will convince a lot more people to make the jump for that game than otherwise would. And it's not like out of the realm of possibility because Pokemon they like to do special edition consoles. We got like at least 3 of them for the Switch. So that is very possible.
Yeah.
Hey, and also, guys, it's likely. I was just thinking this. We have the Mario anniversary coming up, and didn't we get a Mario anniversary like Joy-Cons or dock or something like? Am I wrong in that?
It was just Mario Red or something.
Yeah, it was red, and the dock has like imprinted coins on the back.
Yeah,
coins. That's right.
Very subtle. It's a very subtle.
But who knows?
Yeah, it's one of those things too that like I know usually guys we don't get a special edition in the first 6 months, but this is different. Nintendo's keeping this super well stocked, so there's time to like, hey, let's take a manufacturing line and start making these ZA editions. They're going to sell out over the holiday. Yeah. We're not even worried about it, right? Just make a few million of them, and it'll be fine. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, just talking about the sales, it's incredible. Nintendo's setting records. I think they'll slow down a little bit at some point. We get to the dog days of summer, get to August. I think sales could slow down a bit. Kind of depends on what the release slate is. Depends on the third-party games as well. I think there's a unique opportunity for some third-party games to maybe grab a foothold early in the gen. Cyberpunk obviously has been doing pretty well. Hogwarts Legacy, shout out to that game, jumping up to number 2 on the charts with Switch 2. Crazy. Right behind Mario Kart. That was the second most sold game in the UK for Switch 2. Not surprised. It's a popular game in the UK, but people wanted to play it on Switch 2 specifically. Yeah. This is like a time to establish yourself early in the gen. When, yes, the sales aren't going to necessarily be the biggest, but you can try to get that Nintendo effect, that trickle sales where people pick up the system and they go, oh, I'm going to buy this game and this game. Oh, and you know what? Everyone keeps talking about this third-party game. I'm going to go pick that one up too.
Another thing I think is going to help with sales too, and that I think is really smart that they did, was the whole Switch 2 edition concept for like both their games and also like stuff like Hogwarts Legacy, because that's a game I got on the Switch 1, but it's in my backlog, so I haven't played it. So I'm super excited to eventually get there with the Switch 2 because it just looks so much better. And then funny story, I'm kind of ashamed to admit this, but I fell off when Tears of the Kingdom came out. I fell off and I didn't finish it. But then Switch 2 comes around with Switch 2 edition. I just got so much more excitement and motivation to like now finish that game and play it, and I've been having a blast with it. And that's gonna be the case for like so many people, where it's like, yeah, I might have like that game might have been out, but like now I can play it just with like so much more fidelity and power and smoothness and stuff like that. And it applies to like third party as well as first party games. I think that is actually going to be like almost like an X factor in terms of the sales, because it's just it breathes a lot of life into these games.
Absolutely. I would have said that's a great transition, but I got one more thing with my topic to bring up. So just to get to the rest of this topic, some updated hardware thoughts. Mostly, I want to get Hoop's thoughts on this, but before I get to that, couple things have cropped up since launch. For starters, people are pinching their fingers. Apparently, this is a thing. Nintendo does warn about it in the manual, the physical paper manual, and they warn about it when you set up your Switch 2 that, hey, don't pinch your fingers. This can happen. If you guys don't know, I'm not going to reenact my video today, but it's basically when you go to attach your Joy-Con, your finger's like right there, and you put it on there, and it slaps in there, and it pinches it. Some people have blood coming from it. I don't know. Obviously, it was anytime you're slapping magnets together, that could happen. I think it's just common sense.
Like, you think it's real blood, or you think it's just a packet of ketchup?
It looked pretty real. It looked pretty real. And there were mostly people in Japan, by the way, complaining, which I will note. People in Japan, I have noticed, tend to be
more sincere.
No,
yeah, they don't complain about that.
They don't really complain much.
Yes,
less toxic.
All of that.
And so for them to be complaining means like maybe it is something that's happened to more of them. I've only met a couple of Japanese people in my life that were from Japan. They had smaller hands than I did, so it could be a thing where, if you have smaller hands, maybe it's more likely to have that happen. Because it's obviously like how you hold it and put it together. I don't know how most people hold their Joy-Cons. I hold these the same way I held them on Switch 1, so my hand's never anywhere near the rail when I slide it on. So it's nowhere near the rail when I slap it on either. So for me, it's never been a concern. And that's why I had to stop myself in my video from calling people stupid it happens to, because it's hard for me to imagine doing it on accident more than maybe a singular time. But if it's consistently a problem for people in Japan, well, maybe it's just a cultural thing and they hold their Joy-Cons differently. And the way they held them on Switch 1, they can't hold them that way on Switch 2. And they have to retrain themselves not to do it that way. So I don't know. Then they have a different size hand than me usually. So I try to be respectful of that fact. And Nintendo knew it might be a problem so much that they put warnings in. So they kind of knew this could happen. What I don't like is people putting the excuse in that Nintendo said they put that new rule in, you can't sue them because, so they could hide stuff like this. Well, they didn't hide it. It's in the setup and it's in the manual.
Dude, that's so stupid.
Yeah, they didn't hide it. They literally warn you when you set your system up that it could happen. That's not hiding it.
Funny.
They're upfront and telling you, warning, you can pinch your fingers attaching the Joy-Cons. Like it's a big bold letters when you set it up. I know most of us didn't see it because we just kept it skip. But Nintendo does warn you that this could happen. So they're not hiding it. You just weren't paying attention. What are they supposed to do? Every time you go to attach it, as soon as it gets within like 6 inches, you want your screen to flash at you. Said, "Hey, don't pinch your finger." Like, what do you expect? What do you expect them to do? Like,
I don't want that. We have that with the Wii to put your straps on.
Yeah, put your straps on. I don't need that warning.
Which I never used.
Just never use the straps.
Yeah,
I did break one TV. Probably, maybe that wouldn't happen if I put the straps on. Wii Sports, baby. Not. I got real sweaty. And I was swinging that tennis racket, and oh boy, it went a-flying one day. That was not good. Parents were very unhappy. They're like, "What are you doing? You're like college. This shouldn't happen anymore." I'm like, "Dude, because I'm in college, I'm in like prime shape right now."
That's such a parent thing.
I'm like 20, 21. I'm in prime shape of my life right now. Yeah, when I whip that thing, it's whipping harder than I've ever whipped before. Anyways, totally just slipped out of my hand. I'm like, oh shit, had to buy him a new TV. Anyways, thankfully TVs weren't too bad back then. I didn't break the nice TV. I would have been, oh my god, I'd probably still be trying to pay off that TV today. That said, I do think that the pinching finger thing is kind of, I don't know. I don't think it's ever really going to go away because we're dealing with magnets. I don't think it's that big of a deal personally, but what do you guys think? I mean, the complaints are mostly coming out of Japan about this. So,
with all due respect to anyone who may have experienced this, I do feel like it's kind of silly. I think also, I I imagine that not everyone who is like reporting this is like out to get Nintendo, because obviously
No,
there are people that are doing that, but then I think there's some genuine cases.
Yeah. I
but
saw photos on social media. I'm like, okay, I mean, this is a thing that's happening.
Right, yeah. But for the most part, I think it's just a case of like just accident, basically, because I think there's going to be a lot of people out there when they get their system for the first time that they're just not going to be ready for how solid of a that the Joy-Con is, where it just snaps right on there. And so you're going to get cases like that, but it's a situation where it's like, oh shoot, I didn't realize that was going to come on that strong, and then and then you don't ever do it again. So it just kind of
like,
is
if you pinch yourself once, like I get it, but like then it should never happen again.
Right. It's like I feel like it's a one-time thing, and personally, I didn't pinch myself, luckily, but like one of the most enjoyable things about the system is like putting on and taking off the Joy-Cons. I was like, this is awesome. It was like so satisfying.
It is
right.
It is addicting.
It's a lot better.
It's almost like a fidget toy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even when you just have like this thing, it's just on and off. It's so fidget toy like. It's like satisfying. And I'm like, this is, damn it, Nintendo. People are gonna find a way to wear out your magnets because it's like a fidget toy. Cool. Yeah. Anyone else have any thoughts on it? I think it's kind of like a silly story, but also like I don't know. Like, if it happens once, that should be enough to teach you, right? But then we say that about like a kid not touching a hot thing. Hey, you touch it once, you'll never touch it again, right? And then they do it again.
There is that.
Listen, the question isn't why are people pinching their fingers with their Switch 2? The question is, why aren't people pinching their nipples with the Nintendo Switch 2?
Are you going to offer a demonstration? Is a demo being offered tonight?
No.
Okay.
Might be in the next intro, though.
Yeah, you never know. Because you got to feel the power, right? You got to feel the power.
Feel it.
You feel it. Oh, damn! That really did hurt in a good way. Oh my god! Yeah, Eric, any thoughts on this? I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this one, but
it'd be one of those things that may happen once on accident. I go, ouch, fuck, that hurt, and then
just never make that mistake again. Like I made it happen on purpose on my videos. I'm like, yeah, okay, it hurts. It's not. I've had mosquito bites hurt worse. So,
yeah, I
don't know.
I mean, considering they're our state bird, no.
the mosquito is? No. It's like, wait a second. No, wait a second. When did it get classified as a bird? Let's start with that. That's the problem. What mosquitoes are you talking about? I gotta avoid those ones.
Those fuckers. We got some big ass mosquitoes around here.
Yeah,
and a lot of them.
Stash thoughts? Just dumbass.
Yeah. Basically, look, man, if you pitch your finger, I don't care. Please don't go on the internet and talk about it. Just deal with it.
Kiss your boo-boo and move on.
It's life. Yeah, like you stub your toes. Some of us wake up every day and our back feels broken. Right? I know mine has for, I feel like, decades now with basketball. We all live with different things, okay? Different types of pains that you deal with. Pinching a finger is, I don't even want to like go into detail about how stupid this is, because I'll start swearing a lot. But this is just, it is really, I'm gonna say it's really stupid. I'm gonna say what you want it to say. It's really stupid.
Hold on, Stash, I got you covered.
He had an opportunity. He's trying to take the high road.
Yeah, right.
Okay. What isn't so stupid is the other thing we have now found out since the system came out. So it has to do with the control sticks. I don't think it's become a problem yet, but it is projected to become a problem in the future because they are using the exact same core design for how the sticks work as the Switch 1, the same design that caused stick drift. Now, there's a few updates and changes, but those updates and changes are mostly like they shrunk some components. but it's the same mechanism that wore out last time. Now, what that has to do with the sticks feeling smoother on both, I have no idea what they did with that. That might have something to do with something else in the stick, but at least how the console registers your movement with the sticks is the exact same mechanism on Switch 1 that had all the drifting issues. Now, again, drift hasn't become a major issue yet. Usually it doesn't become a major issue this quickly. It usually takes like months. So do we have any concern that like it's a Switch 1 all over again and we're just going to have drift and it is what it is? And it's just another gen with the same problem because Nintendo didn't fix it.
I feel like the sticks, I mentioned this at the Switch 2 experience. I feel like they've improved a lot. They don't feel like the same sticks as before. If we have stick drift, we all know a guy that can fix it. It's not.
Eric just immediately looks at me like, God damn it. When we fixing all your Joy-Cons?
No.
It's not a huge deal.
I'll probably have like a stack of like 20 of the Ghoulie Kit Hall Sensing ones because Ghoulie Kit announced they're making Hall Sensing sticks for the Joy-Cons.
Yeah. So like there's options out there. There's things that can be done. You can obviously send them in. You can get third party stuff.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of options. My PS5 DualSense, I'm dealing with that too. I have one of the controllers has drift.
Stick fix, anybody?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Look, I ordered Stick Fix. It didn't work on the Joy-Cons. I don't know why. Maybe they're not real sticks. Maybe that's the problem.
That can't be possible.
That can't be possible.
That cannot be possible.
That cannot be possible. Even sticks that look like sticks that aren't sticks can be fixed by Stick Fix.
Absolutely. Preach it.
I think it's a waste of time to be concerned about anything that hasn't happened yet. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. It's a waste of, the mental capacity, the space that you have to work with. Why worry about something that hasn't happened and may never happen? I don't worry about any of this stuff, but I understand that a lot of people do. But my advice would be to not worry about it. And if it happens, you can cross that bridge when you get there. It's not that big of a deal.
I'll also say this. I think stick drift probably is going to be a thing because they didn't change the design. And I think Nintendo knows it because when you go to their repair website and they list the prices for repairs for Switch 2, the only thing that doesn't have a price is the Joy-Cons because it's free to repair them, which means Nintendo already knows it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And so they're already offering free repair. Like literally, guys, any problem with your Joy-Cons, it's a free repair right now, even without a warranty. So that one, Nintendo's going to fix it for free. 2, that means Nintendo knows it's a problem. 3, that really sucks that Nintendo knows it's a problem at all and didn't do anything about it. Like they know and they still didn't fix it.
Well, because they never had an issue to begin with, according to them.
Well,
so
they say that, but then they started offering free repairs.
I just don't get it. It's the biggest bummer for the consumer, obviously, because it's never fun when you have a new piece of tech and then something goes wrong. It's never fun. It wasn't fun for people when they bought an Xbox 360 and got Red Ring of Death. I remember my GameCube in the first year, it had like a disc error with the laser, and I sent it into Nintendo, which felt like waiting an eternity as a kid because I was so excited about GameCube. So it's never fun. It's a pain in the ass. And oftentimes people will just opt to buy a new set of controllers or a new controller.
They don't want to wait.
Because they don't want to wait. They don't want to deal with the hassle. But that being said, like, this has got to be a hassle for Nintendo too, to have to use resources and manpower and time and energy to fix thousands or however tens of thousands of Joy-Cons, however many they had to repair. Like it's a weird thing not to fix because you think you'd be like, well, we're not making that mistake again with the next one. This has been a big pain in the ass.
I wonder how many extra sales of Joy-Cons they got though, and if it outweighed the cost of repair.
that's like the cynical side, which is, you know, possibly true.
Yeah,
or likely true even.
Like, look, I know people act like I don't ever criticize Nintendo. If you watch this show, that is absolutely not true. This is something I'm critical of. This is something they could have fixed. And the fact that Ghoulie Kit is so confident they can release Hall sensing sticks, the magnets in it must not be a problem for Hall sensing or TMR, and they chose not to do it for whatever reason, for their most expensive controllers ever. So, bottom line is, I don't think it's a great thing for consumers long haul. As Stash said, it's obviously worrying about your spilt milk before you spilt it. But also it's one of those things you can kind of predict is going to happen. Like, if my kid keeps spilling milk every time I give him a glass of milk without a lid on, yeah, the next time I give it to him, he's probably going to spill it. Should I be worrying about that? No, but I know it's going to happen. That's kind of what we're dealing with here. Is like, yeah, it hasn't happened yet, but I do know my sticks are probably going to drift at some point. It is what it is.
It's one of those things that's really nice to know.
Ahead of time.
To know.
I'm already planning to buy Ghoulie Kit replacement ones.
Don't worry yourself about it, but it is nice to know that, hey, this is, I guess, a possibility down the road instead of being just hit by blindside.
Yeah, it was blindsided last time.
And then it's like, wait, what? I thought they fixed this. And then turns out, nope, just kidding.
So
they didn't.
It is nice, I think, that we know that it's probably going to be a problem eventually. That lets me know I'm already going to stock up on the Ghoulie Kit ones when they come out with them, because Ghoulie Kit's already announced it. So they're already working on them. So when they do come out, as I said, I probably will have a fat stack of them. If you guys need me to replace your Joy-Con stuff, I don't give a shit. I'll take care of it. Pain in the ass, but it's fine. They made these more complicated to deal with, but it's whatever. It's what happens every time a new electronic comes out. It's always more complicated than the last one to repair. But I'll take care of it. I still have some for Switch 1. So I think that the thing I worry about the most actually isn't the Joy-Cons. Even though those are the ones most likely to drift. I've had drifting issues with every single Pro controller I've ever owned from Nintendo.
I haven't.
Every single one. And I don't know what I'm doing. I don't play twitchy games most of the time, so I'm not hard on the sticks. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just like in my area, I was very unfortunate that whatever manufacturer made a certain batch, it always came to my area. But I have had drift with every single one. The one that doesn't have drift right now is the one back there that I replaced with LED stuff that someone sent me. And they're like, oh, why'd you do that? Well, because it was drifting. So I had to replace shit anyways. So I'm like, well, I might as well just fully custom the controller at that point.
I've never had drift on a Pro controller. I have had 2 sets of Joy-Cons with drift. And I have my launch DualSense has drift as well. Yeah,
my launch DualSense had drift. I've had multiple Xbox Series controllers have drift, like 3 of them. And this controller, I believe, when they took it apart, they found out that, it's also using a similar design to the Joy-Con. These are actually Alps Plus controllers. The sticks in here, the mechanism, which is technically an upgrade from what they used on Switch. But obviously not what people want to hear. People were hoping that they would go with the top tier tech, and they're not. Nintendo's not doing that. And that's unfortunate that they're not. But in the end, the controller feels fantastic, so I really don't care. And that's the bottom line. It feels like the best controller I've ever used in my life. And just knowing what the tech is underneath it, I go, damn, then Alps Plus is pretty fucking good then. Because this feels incredible. The response time feels incredible. The latency feels incredible. The only latency issue I've ever had, guys, is mouse mode with the Joy-Con. There's some latency issues with that. I don't know why there is. The least latency should be with Nintendo's solution. I actually have better latency with a mouse. But whatever. That can maybe be solved over time. Maybe that's just the programming in the games. Or maybe there's just... Because the mouse latency wasn't a problem for me in... the reason that I think it could be the games is because in Welcome Tour, the mouse latency didn't feel like a problem there. And there's a very specific game with a spaceship avoiding things that latency would matter a whole hell of a lot in that game. You wouldn't be able to do shit. You would crash all the time. But I don't, because the latency is really, really good in that particular game, which makes me think it's more of a software and these third parties figuring out how to properly implement the mouse. Because it's the third party games that I've had the mouse latency with, not Nintendo's. Although there is some latency on the home menu. So I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know what the hell Nintendo's doing with mouse mode, but Welcome to it works perfect. So it just needs to work that way all the time. Whoever did the OS, fix the latency on the OS. Not that I plan to use mouse mode on the OS that much. But no, I'm not too worried right now because it hasn't happened yet. But it's kind of one of those things I know it's coming. And either way, the sticks feel better than they've ever felt. I don't know what voodoo magic they did, considering that it's designed the same. Okay, but why does it feel so much better? No clue. And I literally played Welcome Tour that like tells you these things, and they still don't really tell me why the sticks feel so good. It's just here's the breakdown of the stick, and it still doesn't like. Okay, but what part of this made it feel so fucking great? I don't know.
I told you, element 115, man.
Yeah, I thought
Bob Lazar.
like I go to the Pro Controller and Welcome Tour, and I'm like, oh, I'm finally gonna figure out what made these sticks feel so great. And fuck no, fuck, they still don't understand why they feel great.
Yeah.
But it's fine. Bottom line is, it sucks. It's gonna happen. It's life. I think we can just move on to our last topic because, look, in the end, shit's gonna drift or it's not gonna drift. Not a whole lot we can really do. Take advantage of your forever warranty on them, or replace them yourself or get someone else. If you're worried about like, oh, you've sent it in, you're just gonna get the same sticks. Fine, then you want a more permanent fix, then you're gonna do what I do. You're gonna get like some Ghoulie Kit off-brand ones, and you're gonna replace them and never have to worry about it again. It's whatever. Or get a friend to do it, or a repair shop. There's a lot of like repair shops, a lot of mom and pop console places that do repairs. Like you can just buy the sticks and bring them in. Like they'll just charge you, like $50 to install them. It'll be done. A lot of places that'll do that. And what's nice when you go to a place like that is they usually have like a warranty. If they fuck up your controller, they'll buy a new set of Joy-Cons and then put them in there. So, anyways, our last topic, stash.
Okay, guys. So we're going to talk about a couple things here. But it's overall thoughts, right, on Switch 1 game performance, on Switch 2. Then also, we're going to talk about Switch 2 Edition upgrades and what we think is realistically coming, okay? So, for anyone who hasn't been following it closely, the Switch 1 games, it's been very interesting. Like, extremely. To me, it's been like a game within a game. Trying to find out which Switch 1 games perform better on Switch 2. And there's a lot. There's a couple of spreadsheets going around. There's a couple of Google Sheets going around. There's some really good Reddit threads. There's some YouTube channels that are covering Switch 1 game performance. I have so many games I'm working on to get footage for Switch 1 games running on Switch 2. So this has been very interesting because if you look at the Switch 1 catalog, right? And we were just talking about this earlier, about all the games on Switch 1. There are so many amazing games. And the fact that some of these are jumping from 30 to 60 FPS is massive. That's with no patch, nothing. So I would like to kind of start this off by highlighting some of these games. Now, let me ask you guys, first off, have you played any Switch 1 games yet on Switch 2 that aren't part of the free updates? So unpatched games. Gamebird, you played something?
Yeah, I've played a few just to test it out. 100 Line Defense Academy. That game does have on the Switch some long load times. Obviously, it's more of a there's tactics gameplay in it, but it's more of a visual novel type game. Load times have basically been eliminated in that one. Another one that I popped in that I'm revisiting because I'm really excited for the new AI Somnia files coming out for Switch 2 next month, I believe it launches.
Yeah.
That one, another one, load times eliminated on it pretty much. I think I can't recall how long the loads used to be, but they were pretty lengthy at times, and I think the longest load was like 2-3 seconds on the Switch 2, which is pretty wild. I feel like there's a couple more. My buddy, my friend who was over at my place when we got our Switch 2s, he booted up Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, and there was a massive difference in that one.
Yeah.
That was really surprising, but really cool to see. And I feel like I got one more. Smash Brothers. Him and I booted up on launch day, and that one performed a lot better. So those are the only ones that I think that I've touched. Oh, and actually, never mind. This one has a free upgrade. I played Pokemon Violet, but that one does have the free upgrade.
Load times on Smash Brothers. Huge improvement. Huge.
Massive. It's fast.
All right. Anyone else played any Switch 1 games yet?
Age of Calamity was the one that I checked out.
Okay.
Man. That game goes from being rough to like, okay, this is what a Warriors game is supposed to feel like. Oh man, look, it's not like it has like the kind of frame rates you ideally want, but the ones that it allows maxes out, which is awesome. So
yeah,
with no dips, at least no dips that I can see. It's just locked basically at the top frame rate that it allows. So that to me was one I really wanted to test out because I knew there was no patch, and I also know that like it chugs at times on Switch. So I was very happy to see that. So what's really cool is like we talked about, hey, are the games really going to be upgraded or not? I know my theory was like, oh well, if with the emulation layer, maybe they won't really take advantage without a patch. I'm happy to be wrong. I was so dead wrong, and I love it. And
awesome.
The thing is, it actually just makes me want the games to get more patches because I want even higher frames unlocked, and I want like, hey, you got dynamic resolution. Well, can we get like dot mode resolution in handheld, please? That'd be great. That would be really great.
100% agree.
Yeah, it's like that's kind of like, hey, if you're not going to do anything, like just give me dot mode in handheld. Handheld's more powerful than dot mode on Switch One. Let's go. Let's give it to me.
For sure. Hoops, have you played anything?
I've not as far as the stuff that didn't get updates, but I did check out Pokemon that did get an update. It was obviously way better.
Yeah.
And then obviously Tears of the Kingdom got the big Switch 2 edition. But I do like, and it has obvious stuff like 60 frames and all that stuff. But one of the nicest things is the load time too, because it's like almost instantaneous, which is awesome. So
you don't even get to finish looking at all the things that you've accumulated on your journey now.
Yeah, and like the tips are like
they need to move that to a different screen. Then to move the accumulation to a different screen.
Yeah.
You used to be like, oh, I guess every time I travel, I can see everything I accumulated. Yeah, maybe you should put that somewhere else because I don't got time to look at it.
Yeah. And yeah, it's awesome. And like just playing it just gets me super excited for games in these series that are going to be built for Switch 2, because it's just like with like Tears of the Kingdom is a really good example of something that just feels like the most you could ever expect out of a Zelda game. And now it's like we can go above that with the Switch 2. Like, so to like things that are going to come out for like new games in all of Nintendo series, it's going to be nuts what is going to happen. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think seeing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet running on Switch 2 is very encouraging for what an actual Switch 2 version of Pokemon built from the ground up could look like. So, and that goes for all the IP that we're experiencing, like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Seeing how it performs right now and then seeing how it's going to perform from the ground up is going to be a lot of fun. Eric, did you play anything?
I've really only played Mario Kart.
Okay. All right, guys. I've handpicked some games from the list. There's a lot of games, so I'm not going to go through them all. So I've just handpicked some, okay? And these are all games that I either have physically or I have picked up over the last month on the eShop when they went on sale. But Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2. 60 FPS now. Resident Evil 5 running at 60 FPS. Resident Evil 6, 60 FPS. These are all games that were not running at 60. Kingdom Come Deliverance Royal Edition. It actually might be in my mailbox. I'll check after the podcast. Picked it up from eBay. Because it's not available physically, like anywhere.
Yeah.
And of course, I want the physical edition. And I had watched a video on another channel going over the performance. And, they were showing I forget what it's called. When you're shown the resolution of something and then they take, basically it looks like something and goes across the screen and then it shows you like the Switch 2 version.
Mhm.
Do you guys know what I'm saying? Whatever that is. I had watched the whole video, and between that and the frame rate improvement, because before it was aiming for 30 on Switch 1, but there was times where it was obviously lower than 30, and now it's locked at least 30 or higher. But the resolution and the colors in the game look dramatically different. Like areas where it looked like brown and just like kind of blown out colors, it doesn't look like that anymore. And nothing was done. And this is that Kingdom Come's a game that would be awesome to be able to play on the go. Bayonetta 3, 60. I'm sure you guys know that, 60 FPS. Witcher 3. It is now running at 30 FPS or a little bit higher. Looks a lot better. And again, I've seen the video comparison, and the loading time has improved dramatically. Again, this is with no patch, guys. So I picked up the complete edition of Witcher 3. Now, look, I already own it on PlayStation. So I don't love double dipping. Nobody does. But when you can pick it up, I think I got it for $5.99 like 4 weeks ago on Switch, the complete edition. It's like, you might as well, right? Because then you can play this on the go. MLB The Show did just watch a video, I believe it was last night. So the Switch 1 version of the show is now running at 60 FPS.
Ooh.
Yep. I know. Now I'm like,
I actually might buy it now.
Exactly. And I was watching of course, the comparison videos. I'm like, dude, it's $40 right now. I wish it was on sale. Like, for instance, NBA 2K, you can pick up for like $9 right now. So part of me is like, if it goes down in price, I would pick it up. But by the time it goes down, I would hope the Switch 2 specific version is ready.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get a Switch 2 version.
Of what, the show?
I think they'll wait till next year.
Oh, yeah. I think next year, too.
Yeah, I think next year's version will have to be Switch 2.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting it this year.
I think they'll just stick with it this year. Like, I try to remember, 2K is cheap, but they're in the NBA Finals right now. We're not in the World Series of baseball. We're in the middle of the heart of the season. So
I do hope we get 2K Switch 2 edition this year. I think we will. Arkham Knight, a game that we know ran like complete dog shit on Switch 1.
That'd be the worst game.
Yeah, like a lot of videos were made about how bad that game runs. Now it is running at a stable lock, 30 FPS, sometimes a little bit above that. But the game went from basically barely playable. This is what I've seen from people giving that it reviewed the game previously on Switch, saying it went from barely playable to actually enjoyable now.
Yeah, I think Digital Foundry did a video on it too. And they were like, yeah, I think they did one too. And they were like, yeah, it's like playable now. Like some of the core issues with the game that were there, they're always going to be there. That is what it is. But like the frame rate has been fixed, and that was like the biggest problem.
Yeah. So that's awesome. BioShock Infinite. That's running at 60 FPS now, handheld and docked.
Nice.
BioShock 1 and 2 are not, but BioShock 3 Infinite is running at 60. Borderlands 3. So I picked up Borderlands 3 physically a few weeks ago because I had a feeling it was going to perform better. I got it for like $15. It's interesting. The game was removed from the eShop, and it might still be right now because there's a texture and a lighting issue within the game, and I was able to see because I bought it physically. So I popped it in, and yeah, there's an area where the screen just like pretty much goes black.
Flashes. Okay.
Yeah, and it does do some
Yeah,
flashing,
I saw the flashing thing. Yeah.
but it's running at 60 FPS. And from what I've gathered, it's going to be back up on the eShop shortly after that's fixed, but it has an uncapped frame rate now. And when I booted up the game, a message came up on the screen talking about the Joy-Con 2 controller. So they're doing something with it. It's just not public yet because I looked it up. There's no official updates. There's nothing on Twitter. So they're tinkering with the game right now. So that is one to keep an eye on, especially.
They want to get that running nice before 4 comes out.
This is exactly why I picked up 3 because I'm like, yeah, I know they're going to fix that one up for us. Doom 3, 60 FPS. Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. That is running at a stable 30 FPS and has dramatically improved load time. Picked that up recently from VGP. GTA Trilogy. All of them are running at a stable 30 FPS or a little bit higher. And they look cleaner. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. 60 FPS. Improved performance. Lego Star Wars. That's running better. Monster Hunter Rise. Live Alive, 60 FPS. Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, 60 FPS. Went from 30 to 60. No patch. Which is interesting because Sparks of Hope is still running at 30. And we all know that like Ubisoft, or at least we presume, right, that they're going to probably bundle that and make it a Switch 2 edition. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out because Kingdom Battle is already running at 60 FPS without any update. Penny's Big Breakaway. This is a game I reviewed on PS5. I would have liked to have bought it on Switch, but it was running at 30 FPS. I'm like, I'd rather play it at 60. That's running at 60 FPS now with no patch on Switch 1. I'm going to test this out. I have the physical, so this will be in one of my videos, but Red Dead is said to be running a little bit above 30, and it's saying it's using VRR in handheld mode. So I'm very interested to see how Red Dead is because, you know, I love Red Dead. It's
no patch. VRR is not a thing on Switch 1.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Exactly. So I'm like, I have to see what this is all about.
So VRR has just been on this whole time on Switch 1 with no support
Right?
for it. That's weird.
This is why this is so interesting. Red Faction Guerrilla, 60 FPS now. Saints Row 4, 60. Sea of Stars is running at 60 now. Super Mario RPG, 60.
Yes.
KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, running much better. Frame rate has improved. Skyrim as well. Those are just some of the games, right? Which was a lot, but that was maybe a quarter of what's out there right now that people have tested. Obviously, testing's ongoing. Everybody's interested to see if games are going to be running better, especially their favorite games. But man, what do you guys think? Like, are you planning on picking up any Switch 1 games that are running better now? I mean, when I saw like Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2, right? And they were like $7 on the eShop. Like, yeah, sign me up. I'll play that at 60 FPS.
MLB The Show. I'm gonna have to go watch the comparison video. That now that that's at 60, I can't play that game at less than 60. Just can't.
Same. Yeah, same with 2K. I can't.
You're hitting the tiny ball. I gotta like 2K. I could kind of handle it for a little bit the first couple of years of Switch, and then I was like, all right, like I'm just gonna keep playing it on the Xbox. So yeah, that's one for sure because I'm really into sports games. Some of the other stuff I'm just gonna have to go case by case and see if I want to add it to my back catalog or not. Yeah, I think it's just really nice that we're just seeing a lot of natural performance boosts for pretty much across the board. There's like almost like it's like every game. Besides obviously Borderlands 3, which has a boost, but then also, well, the game kind of broke a little bit. They got to get that fixed, especially the black screen stuff and the flashing. The flashing's a big one. That's an epilepsy thing. You got to get that taken care of.
Yeah.
And that's probably one reason why they just immediately took it down. Like, hey, we can't keep selling this until we fix it. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know if I'm going to pick up too many. Because a lot of these games, I'm someone who replays games. So a lot of these games I was interested in, I already played them just on other platforms. And I don't replay games. That's just the way I am. I don't know why. I'm weird. I'm always looking forward to new experiences that I haven't had before. Maybe it's because I think life is short. So I'm trying to get as much games into my life as I can,
It is. I hear that.
So that's what happens as you get older. You start to appreciate your time a bit more. Hoops, you picking up any of these or anything at all that might run better on Switch too?
I've already played Hyrule Warriors, but it running at 60 FPS kind of pops out at me. I'm really excited for the new one that's coming out.
Age of Imprisonment.
Yeah. I don't know that I have a specific one in mind that I want to try or that pops out at me, but I am actually interested in looking out for games, which is kind of crazy considering we're talking about the older generation at this point. So I just think it's amazing that that's the case because the Switch has an amazing catalog of games. There's tons of games that I'd still like to play that I haven't touched yet. And now they're not just old at this point. They're not just in the stuff you would forget about normally if it was a more, I guess, typical situation. So I just think it's awesome and I'll keep my eye out for sure. There are a couple. I think I have Lego Harry Potter still in my backlog that I would like to try because you mentioned that one. But yeah, looking forward to trying some of those.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
One I forgot to bring up was Kingdom Come Deliverance because I never beat it, and I really want to beat it. Might pick that up. I'm hoping 2 comes to Switch too.
Yeah,
that's one that I was when you brought that one up. I was like,
yeah, I'm really hoping it does.
I never beat that one, and I know it's really good, and it's the kind of game I like. And I know 2 is even more incredible. I've been waiting to dive into 2 because it's going to suck my life up for 2 months.
Yeah, I didn't buy it when it came out because I was really hoping and I'm anticipating that it comes to Switch too.
Yeah,
because it would be a lot more fun to be able to play it, on the go while we're watching something on TV or while I'm watching the Suns game. It's nice to be able to play on the handheld. You get more game time in.
How you feeling about your Suns, by the way? The whole Kevin Durant saga.
Oh man, it's wild.
You get the dig in.
Yeah, it's wild. I follow KD on Twitter, not to follow what he does, but obviously just to see his replies to people in my feed is entertaining, right?
Dude, he's like me. He's responding to all the negative people. I love it.
Yeah, I love it. I've never seen an athlete like KD do that. I think it's entertaining. I think it's cool that he talks with anybody. I appreciate that. But obviously we're involved in trade rumors daily. I read, I think a little bit before the podcast that we're in talks with the Spurs, the T-Wolves, and the Rockets, and that there's 2 other teams that are not being mentioned right now. So yeah, it's going to be a hectic offseason. Obviously, we have our new coach as well, and that's just been a reoccurring theme for the last since Monty left.
Yeah,
new coach every season. It's horrible, man.
Yeah, it's
so,
it's going to be interesting.
I'm a Suns for life. not going anywhere. I've been a fan since '92. I've seen every game.
That's dope.
I
I'm
have a sick passion for it. It's sick. You know, it's an issue. So I'll be there for all of it.
I'm excited to see what they do.
Yeah. Who's your team?
The Jazz. So
Ah.
not much better, literally the worst in the league, but I'm hoping they do something substantial this offseason, because that was kind of the whole plan. We were trying to get the first pick and then we didn't. So
well, it's because the NBA gave it to Dallas.
Oh,
you know, because the Mavericks gave Luka to LA, and in return you get the number 1 pick. We all know that's how it went down. I don't care what Silver says. Adam Silver to me is Slugworth from Willy Wonka. He looks the same.
Oh yeah.
He can't be trusted. He's slimy. Not a fan, man. Not a fan of the league's direction, but
he just does a bunch of gimmicky garbage to make it be interesting, when you just have to let the game be the game and it would solve itself. So
it would, man. It's unfortunate. I think the biggest thing I'm looking forward to next season is just hearing John Tesh's Round Ball Rock on NBC. The NBA on NBC theme. I think that's the thing I'm most looking forward to.
That'll be fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hoops is just like, I've been waiting for Hoops this whole time.
Well, I can tell everyone else is just like totally dejected, so maybe we should get
Dude,
back to
I love basketball
games, but
how about Giannis staying with the Bucks, baby?
Yeah, right.
All right, this is what we're going to talk about next. This is part 2 of the games, right? So we just talked about all the games that didn't get a patch, but are running better than ever. Now let's talk about the Switch 2 editions / free upgrades on what we want to see realistically, because we all know there's certain games that we're like, oh man, if only this game ran better. This is such a great game to be able to play on the go. But if only the Switch had more power. Well, it does now. So what games would those be? And I'll kick us off. I'll just give one here. I'm not gonna give my whole. I have a list, but I'll give my first one. And I want to see Metroid Prime remastered. Obviously, I want to see 2 and 3, and I still believe it's happening. I think we're gonna have Metroid Prime 1 through 4, and eventually 5, but 4K 60, 1080p 120, mouse Joy-Con, HD Rumble 2. That's the upgrade. I see no reason this can't happen. Now, whether that's going to be a free upgrade or a Switch 2 edition, I don't know. That's not the name of the game here. These are games that we want to see Switch 2 upgrades, paid or free, it doesn't matter. Metroid Prime candidate. Hoops, what do you got? Give us a game you'd like to see.
Are we talking like full on Switch 2 edition, or like an update, or
Switch 2 edition, or a free update, like the 12 games, like Pokemon Scarlet Violet update?
Gotcha. Well, I don't know how likely it would be, but like in terms of just running better, even like you were talking about with games that don't get a patch, Legends Arceus comes to mind for me. Like that's one that I would even love to go test right now, but like absolutely should get an update, because if you could give it the same Scarlet and Violet 60 frames treatment, that game would be like, I had so much fun with it, and I can't even imagine how much better it would be with 60 frames and all that good stuff. So that would be my number one for sure.
I agree. That game was on my list as well, and I want to hope that it's only a matter of when and not if. Right?
Yeah.
I just don't. I feel like if we got it, maybe it would come after ZA.
Yeah.
Because if you release it now, it could hurt the sales of
Yeah,
ZA.
I could definitely see that. And yeah, if it does happen, I think it'll be like it's gonna be interesting to see how like active they are in like continually updating games post launch. Obviously, like if it'll be a thing that lasts months or maybe it only lasts a little while. But yeah, I think during like Christmas time, once ZA has been out for a month or two, that one would be just so perfect. Like you could get a few more sales out of it that way. It's a game that obviously like it already sold really well, so like it's worth it, and it's not gonna be like difficult for them to do, especially if a lot of these games are already running better anyway. So
yeah, that's where I'm at too. I feel like it can be done. Spice Lord, what do you got?
Are we talking like Nintendo games in and of themselves, or are we talking like any game that we're
Any game, it could be first or third party that you want to see get either a Switch 2 edition or a free upgrade. It doesn't matter. Just a game that you want to be able to play on Switch 2.
Yeah. Okay.
That'll run better.
That's fine. What I'm actually hoping for is you kind of touched on this earlier, is the bundle of Kingdom Battle and Sparks of Hope, but get the Kirby treatment where they add a little bit of content to each game. And kind of maybe add another level or two to each game, maybe some characters or something, and you know, better run rates and stuff like that on the Switch too.
Yeah, it'd include like all the DLC.
Yeah. Yep. And then maybe even a little bit more, because just an extra little DLC for each one would be kind of cool. Kind of like Kirby and the Forgotten Lands, where they added extra stuff to that.
Yep, I would buy that.
Which actually, I really should go back and finish that game.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
What do you got?
I'll go next. The Witcher 3.
Yeah.
I wanted to get a full Switch 2 edition. I want it to be a major upgrade. Like it's nice that it runs better, but I want it to be like that game can run so much better on Switch 2, like visually, everything. And with Witcher 4 coming out, I think like now's the time. You know, like I don't know if Witcher 4 is coming to Switch 2. I hope it is. And obviously Witcher 4 is not coming out this year anyways, but that's the point. Now's the time. Let's get that big upgrade out. Let's make people super happy on Switch 2. And then let's get ready for that Witcher 4, baby. That's what I want.
I'm with you 100%. I really want to see that. Game Bird, what do you got?
Yeah, I got a few games. Witcher 3 was going to be one of them. I agree with Nate. I think that would be fantastic to see it get like the Hogwarts treatment, you know, and just make it really beautiful on the Switch 2 and run nice and buttery. I'd love to see updates to all the Xenoblade games on Switch.
100%.
Switch 2. Love those games. They look nice on docked mode. 2 especially looks like ass in handheld. It is ugly in handheld. Let's be real, guys.
The DLC's fine.
DLC, sure. But that game looks
so much better.
Horrid in handheld mode. So all 3 Xenoblade games, and then I want to throw in one more third party. No More Heroes 3. I love the No More Heroes series. Unfortunately, there's some performance and like resolution issues on the Switch version. So I'd love to see a game like that get a nice little update. Maybe even like Bayonetta Origins. I'm sure we're going to get Bayonetta 3. I haven't heard anything about Bayo 3. Maybe we do have an update coming for that one. That one kind of seems like a no-brainer. But Bayonetta Origins is a really cool game. I feel like too many people slept on it. It's definitely a different type of game, but it's really good. And I think that game really fits in with the Nintendo base. Really, really cool puzzle game there. That's story-driven.
It could use the performance boost.
Yep.
Big time. I'll tell you a game that just got pulled. Yeah,
just,
go ahead.
Just for the laughs. Mario Kart 8. Just for the laughs.
Yeah, that'd be wild.
just dragging it out even more.
That'd be wild.
I had to just
holiday
just because
bundle.
Yes,
Holiday bundle.
Switch 2 holiday bundle with the Switch 2 edition. Yeah. Sorry, I
That's the
had
holiday
That'd be
game.
wild. Yeah.
just for laughs. I had to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. So this game also got pulled from the eShop, and I just bought it on eBay. Actually, this one was Amazon. It might be here too, but Near Automata got pulled
Oh,
from the
yeah.
eShop,
Mm.
and from what I've gathered, don't quote me on this, but I've been doing so much research that things are blending, but they're working on a patch for it to run better on Switch 2. So that's a game that will probably end up costing more money shortly here. So if you're interested, it might be a good time now to pick it up before the price hike. Let me ask you, do you guys have more games? Because if you don't, I'll break my list down.
It'd be interesting to see how well Astral Chain runs. I mean, I'm guessing I never played it on Switch, but it looked beautiful, and I can only imagine it's going to get even better. And that could be another one I think that could use some sort of Switch 2 boost.
I agree 100%.
I got one more. A Hat in Time. It's a great little 3D platformer. Horrible load times and some major performance issues. I remember my first time booting I have a physical copy of the game, booting it up, and I thought I had a bad copy or something because the boot up screen was so long that I thought it was freezing. And I'd close out of the game and try it again. I'm like, what the hell? My game won't boot up. No, it just had a really long boot up time.
Interesting. Might have to check that one out to test. You guys got any more games? Anyone? Okay. All right. Here it is. Super Mario Wonder. I really think we're probably going to get that with some DLC. 3D All-Stars. I don't care if you give us a new one or if you re-release it, whatever you do, just give us 60 FPS and 4K. There's no reason you can't do that if I can do it on my PC. Mario and Luigi Brothership. That was a game that could really benefit, right, from a nice little performance update. You don't need a huge one. Just a resolution boost and increase the frame rate. Here's a game that did not run good, and I think they should consider fixing it. That's and it's not because I want to play it again. Trust me, I don't. That's Princess Peach Showtime. Yeah, I do not want to play it again. However, that game could really benefit from a frame rate boost, like massively, because that frame rate was not good. I'm going to tell you one that here's my plan with this game, okay? And this one's it can be divisive for some people, right? But Super Smash Brothers, I want a Switch 2 edition, or I want a new Smash Brothers. Which one can he deliver to me? That's the question.
Smash.
So, yeah, like I expect we either get Smash, the current one, as a Switch 2 edition, right? Very soon, or we get the new Smash Brothers soon. But we're not going without a Smash for long on Switch 2 is my point. So if you can't deliver us the new Smash soon, you need to give us the current Smash as a Switch 2 edition. How long are they going to go without a Smash Brothers on a new Nintendo console? Look at the history. Look how early it's released.
I think we get a new Smash Brothers announcement by the end of next year, the latest.
So a year and a half from now? It's announced?
The latest. It's announced.
It's announced.
Not released.
So it's not so then we're going to get the current Smash Brothers as a Switch 2 edition. Because ain't no way they're waiting that long. Ain't no way.
Or they add Melee to NSO.
Could.
4K online multiplayer.
Could. Yeah.
That'd be a great way to tide people over. Dude, it's one of the most beloved entries in the whole series. It has the strongest competitive. That'd be a big deal.
I would.
I feel
We need
like
Smash in some way, shape, or form. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I feel like that would be a better stopgap putting Melee up on NSO, because the idea of a switch to Ultimate, in some ways it makes sense, but if you're going to do a new Smash, which I feel like is inevitable, even if you're considering a Switch 2 edition for Ultimate, the release just like timeline of doing both just feels a little clunky to me. So I think it'll be more strictly a new game, and then Melee as a stopgap would be perfect. I do also think though that it'll be soon, because we're going on 7 years since the last one. Obviously, like you said, they usually don't wait too long, and in terms of like their bread and butter multiplayer, bring everyone together type games, Mario Kart's already out, so Smash is up next. So
yeah, I agree with Hoops. I think we're way more likely to get Melee on NSO. I don't think it makes any sense to bring Ultimate over. I think the only way you bring Ultimate over, I think the right way to do it, if you're going to do it, is if you're not doing a new Smash Brothers and it's just going to be Ultimate on Switch 2. And I don't think you do a Switch 2 version. I think you do a remake of Ultimate and you rebuild it in a new visual engine, and they can milk that game for the whole console cycle, for the whole next 8 years. But I don't think you release a Smash. I think that obviously people are going to be happy because they get to play Smash, but I think people would be pretty disappointed, to be honest. Ultimately, no pun intended.
You think we can get a free update? Just so it can run at like 4K and no frame drops?
Yeah, I mean, if they just do an update like they've done for like Violet and stuff like that, and like I think that's
something
fine.
to hold us
I
over.
just don't think they do. I don't think they do anything special as far as like Switch 2 edition, like
no new characters,
it's
just
gonna
something
get
to
its
hold us
own.
over.
Yeah.
Hold us over until the new Smash comes out. That way we're not playing the same Switch 1 version. At least, we have one with slightly improved graphics, but it's not the new game. I would like that. Little Nightmares Enhanced Edition. Do you guys see that was announced? That was actually announced. Persona 5 Royale. 60 FPS would be nice.
That would be nice.
Here's one. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Nintendo published that game. That'd be a nice one to get at 60. How about one of the greatest JRPGs, my opinion, of all time? Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest XIS. Let's improve those visuals and frame rate. Give us 60 at 4K or 1440p. Would you guys take that?
Definitely.
Yeah, easily. That'd be sick.
Both Paper Mario games. We already know it's in 1,000-year door code, right? So give us 4K. Here's one specifically that I think would be really good. Pikmin 1 through 4.
Sure.
4K 60 mouse controls. Mouse Joy-Con.
Would be good.
Be money, right? Do you guys think Luigi's Mansion 2 and 3? Do you think we can get a resolution boost?
2 would need it, because it was like a super bare bones, just like, here you go, it's on the Switch now, so it could use it.
I'd like to see that. I think the last one for me would be Red Dead. I'd like to see 60 FPS.
Red Dead would be cool.
especially if you're planning to release Red Dead 2, which they are. That'd be nice to get a 60 FPS.
All right, cool.
Mhm.
Sweet. All right. Well, we can probably move on to our Q&A here and get this over. You guys have any who's watching live? You can go ahead and get super chats in right now. Get your questions in. We have some questions and statements to go through here. Let's see. Let's get to Demonic Brawler here. LMAO, you almost said, "I'm not stupid," and then you deliberately pinched your fingers not once but twice, and it was like, well, that didn't really hurt, but okay. Yeah, the second pinch hurt a little more than the first, but it wasn't like, what the fuck. I feel more pain just walking. So like, I don't know. It really wasn't, because like I have bad knees. So like, it's whatever. The pinching situation to me, I think, is just stupid. I was trying to be respectful in the video to be like, well, a kid, it doesn't feel stupid to a kid. They tend to over exaggerate their pain. So, and if it happens to a little kid, then like it could make them cry for a while. So like, yeah, trying to be understanding, but also like, dude, I'm an adult, man. If I ever pinch my finger on accident, it'll never happen again. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
So
that's the only instance where it's acceptable. If a kid does it, I understand, and like I get it. That's
I don't be a kid stupid because it happens. Things happen, with a kid.
Exactly.
Ripping a Band-Aid off can really, really hurt when you're little. So,
but if you're an adult and you're going online to tell us about what happened, get the fuck out of here, please.
It very much feels like the whole "I'm gonna sue you because my hot coffee burned me," like
exactly what it feels like.
Vibes.
Yep, and I hate those vibes.
Eric's gonna chime in on this quick.
Yeah, no. Go look at the pictures. Go look at that case. It is absolutely god awful. She had every right to sue them. It was absolutely god awful. Go look at it.
I think in that case it was like boiling water,
Yes.
and like her skin was like drapes, like
her-
hanging. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
like,
it was
brutal.
dangerous.
Her downstairs area was
This is the McDonald's one, right? The McCafe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the McDonald's one legitimately, and I used to work at McDonald's. That coffee had to legitimately be a good 40, 50 degrees hotter than it was ever supposed to be. The damage it did.
So
We're not supposed to. We actually temperature check our coffee because of that incident. Like you can't give people coffee that hot. It's dangerous. Super dangerous.
I mean, not attacking you, Hoops, because there's a lot of people.
Well, there
out
are people that have lost it over hot coffee at Starbucks before.
I'm not.
What are we
attacking
talking?
you either.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was like hot. I got a little burn on my lip.
No,
my motherfucker.
Her whole like downstairs area was 3rd degree burns.
I saw that case.
It was not good. So people make jokes of that. It's like, no, go read into this. The reason why it's being joked about now and stuff like that is because the McDonald's lawyers are they just put that out there to go, oh, she sued because it's hot coffee. Duh.
Well, and then you get copycats that like
Yeah, the milkers, as we like to call them on this show.
Those are the people I'm talking about.
Yeah, and the copycatters, like they didn't. Almost every one of those lawsuits got beat down. Like people who tried to sue over hot coffee at other places because it wasn't like that.
No, she had 3rd degree burns from this shit.
It was just normal temperature coffee because normal temperature coffee is hot, but it's not so hot it's gonna burn you like that. That's
Yeah, I'm talking about the people that go to a fast food place and they see a little bit of water on the floor and they purposely go slip and fall right there. I'm talking about that.
Funny thing is, they'll win the suit for that too, which is fucking stupid.
They will
because they can't have the water. So fucking anyway. Sorry, people looking for free rides. Happens.
Yeah.
Joey Pitts. If Madden 26 is on Switch 2, will NCAA 26 come? No. This has already been confirmed by EA. It's not coming this year. So, do I think we'll get it next year? Maybe. We got to remember what NCAA is. It comes out before Madden, so I just don't think I don't think the NCAA team had the dev kits, but the Madden team did. I don't. Yeah, it's not going to be coming out. I'm going to be honest. I really don't give a shit about it coming out until they find a way to make it so we can bring our rosters from NCAA to Madden. Until then, I don't give a fuck. They need to. That's like the number one thing. But because now all the college athletes are paid, they can't do that. And it's like, well, find a way.
You know how you do it? Yeah, freaking just randomize the names as you bring them over.
Yeah, but then people will hate that.
No, you know your player and your stuff. They can go back through and rename them
People
if
will
they
hate
want them.
that.
Hey,
all they gotta do, just pay them more and let the rosters come over.
All they had to do was freaking let them sign their name for $10, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, I don't. Whatever. I think it's dumb because like I love franchise mode and I love franchise mode even NCAA. But like when you get to the end of the 4 years, the coolest thing was like, oh, now they can go into the draft and you can actually draft them into Madden. It was sick back in the day.
I will say, I think NCAA is coming. Not this year.
Next year.
Yeah.
Next year. Yeah, if you look at the Switch age demographic, which I talked about, I think on one of our older podcasts, it's 100% coming. You'd be stupid not to.
Yeah, it's right in the college age.
Yep.
Do it. So Karkun says, Splatoon Raiders is already rated in the US and Europe. That is incorrect information. I know. I'm unfortunately, that's why it wasn't in my video today. It is not rated in Europe at all because the ratings for Europe don't come out until the game comes out. That's just how PEGI works. So the game isn't out, so it's not rated there. As for in the US, what happened is, and this is probably what happened with the PEGI rating too, is there's an article on Nintendo's official website, and it starts off talking about Raiders, and then like a paragraph later, the rest of the things about the Splatoon 3 update. So the rating they show at the end is actually just for Splatoon 3. So the PEGI rating might be up there, but it's just for Splatoon 3. So yeah, I know it gets confusing because both games were mentioned in it, but the rating comes after Splatoon 3. So yeah, it's why I didn't make a video on it. There were headlines going around about it, and I was like, oh no. I did all the research. Like, yeah, even like if there wouldn't be a PEGI rating for it yet. So, anyways, not a big deal. It's just people thought that the rating was there because if there is, then that suggests the game's coming out this year. Could be coming out this year. We don't know, but there's no ratings yet. Scuffgate victim compensation. he's talking about. So for the story behind this controller is, Nintendo won't let me buy one. They keep saying I already bought one when I never did. And I've talked to the customer support. They tried resetting my account. Nothing's letting me buy one. So I couldn't get a GameCube controller, but a fan of ours, Nick B, could, but wasn't really going to use it. So he got it and sent it to me. I'm paying him for it. But there's a tiny little, I don't know if I can get it to show up. There's a tiny little mark at the top, like a scuff or a scratch or something that took some of the paint off and it's shiny. It's not that big a deal. But he's like, oh no, Scuffgate fun. You don't have to feel bad. One, it's Nintendo that sent it to me in this condition, not you. Two, it's not a big deal. You don't have to send me the money. I'm buying for it. I'm sending you money. So all right, cool, whatever. Thanks for the 20. Demonic Brawler. I also think that some of those trailers were made in advance. Okay, we went over that one. That's right. We featured that one before. This one was to get me to drink that beer I drank earlier. Thank you so much, Demonic Brawler, for hitting the streak. Laughables comes in. Did you all see the Splatoon update landed 30 minutes ago? Yeah, I have it downloaded right now. I plan to play a little bit of it this weekend. I don't play a ton of Splatoon 3 anymore, but I wanted to check out the update. See what they did. I've already seen some of the screenshots on X. Looks way crisper. That's what I want to see. Running better. So yeah, they're trying to keep the competitive balance though. So I think the frame rates are mostly the same between the two, but we'll see. Let me see here. When do y'all think we'll get the next NSO drop? That's a good question. When do we think it's coming?
Well, I was thinking about this. Of course, it's Mario's 40th. Mario Sunshine would be a nice title to drop. Probably, I'm thinking in September. Still technically summer. Perfect summer game. So I don't think we'll get that yet. But I really do think Wave Race Blue Storm is honestly a prime candidate for GameCube because it's a great summer title. jet skiing.
Isn't there 2 other GameCube games we already know are coming, but we just don't know when?
Mario Strikers.
Yeah, Strikers. 'Cause I feel like we're gonna get those ones first because like they were even on the demo thing, but you couldn't play them.
Yeah, Strikers was at the event, and that was playable at the Switch 2 experience. But
so I feel like that would probably be like the next one to come out.
Probably.
Because that one's the one that's probably more ready. Let's say they literally had it at the Switch 2 experience.
Stash, you should do a re-review of Wave Race when it drops.
Yeah.
Cool. Because that series means so much to you. It'd be cool for you to like review it today.
I think I will.
Really cool.
That's a good suggestion. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very excited for it, especially to play it with that improved resolution.
Be perfect. Goes along with that statue I see.
Mm-hmm.
I went with the blue with it today too. God, it looks so blue.
Yep. Yeah, it looks great, huh?
Because I never got to see it with the lights on until you did it. So I was like, oh, cool. All right. Let's see here. Alv says, shouldn't third parties just continue to release on Switch 1 cartridges with upgrades? Or is Nintendo killing Switch 1 cartridges? Will we see other sizes for Switch 2? It's a good question. That is an argument to get more third-party games on cartridges. Is like, hey, just release a Switch 1 version, but then it's not really a Switch 1 version. It's actually Switch 2, but you got to download an update. I don't think that Nintendo would allow that to happen because if it's a Switch 1 cartridge, it has to work on Switch 1. Like, so let's say like Call of Duty's coming, but it's Switch 2 only. Well, they're not going to use a Switch 1 cartridge and then make you download an update because the Switch 1 cartridge would have to work on Switch 1. So I just don't think that's realistic, personally. But for like other sizes of Switch 2 cartridges, I know right now the running theory is there's only 64 gigs. We don't actually know if that's a fact. We just know one particular developer that got hacked was only offered game key cards or 64 gig cards, but we don't know if that's like the only sizes. In fact, it's kind of weird. We have the cartridges out and we don't really know any more data about them. Spawnwave tore apart some of them, and like 2 of the physical copies had completely different chips in them, Mario Kart World and Cyberpunk. And none of the chip, like one of the chips kind of gives a little bit of size data, but the other one doesn't. So we aren't really sure that both are using 64 gig cards. So it's one of those things like we still have no confirmation on if 64 gigs is the only size offered. Will there be other sizes though? Like, I think the question is, will there be smaller sizes? I don't think there's going to be bigger than 64. I don't know, to be honest, because Nintendo knows if they offer like an 8 gigabyte cartridge, then everyone's going to start using that and then make you download the rest anyways, which is like, why not use a game key card in that case? But for indie games would appreciate an 8 gigabyte, right? Like they would appreciate that because them coming to game key cards is not an improvement for them. Like they probably want to offer a full physical. I think probably not, personally. If you look at the UHS 3 or whatever tech they're using, there's nothing that small being used with that tech, like 8 gigs. So I don't know. I'm gonna go with no. Does anyone else have additional thoughts?
No, I don't know.
I concur.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think they're just going to do 64 the whole time, and the game key cards, that's why they exist.
One crazy thing I just saw was out is that Capcom is counting game key card sales as digital.
Yep.
Digital, yeah.
Well, they are digital, so.
Well, yeah.
Makes sense.
But, yeah. I was like, all right.
Yeah, I bet you a lot of companies will do that. Even though technically the game key cards could still appear in sales charts because they sell at retail, which is an interesting fact. So like a Capcom could be like, oh, all these sales are digital, but also, hey, these are the good amount of game key cards that sold. Kind of interesting. Okay. Demonic Brawler. I think this will hold fans over for a while, meaning unfortunately Splatoon 4 probably isn't coming for a couple of years. I think Splatoon 4 is like 2027, which, yeah, that fits a couple of years out. What I have to remember is like Nintendo's got to spread their games out. Like we talk about how, oh my God, we're going to get everything. It's like, well, yeah, but not all right away. Like they got to spread out their big sellers. They can't just give us all the big sellers this year and next year and then wait for Zelda. Like they got to have stuff spread out. So yeah, it feels weird. Like maybe they're not going to, maybe this is the gen where they're not going to go like last gen. They did 2 Splatoons, right? Splatoon 2, Splatoon 3. Maybe this gen it's Splatoon Raiders and Splatoon 4. That's their 2, right? And that can make a lot of sense. I think that makes a lot of sense for them. And then Splatoon 4 can kind of run to the end of the gen if it's 2027, 2028. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, you know? And what that does kind of do is set up a Splatoon game to be around launch for the next system. Just throwing that out there. There's a possibility.
That's a great launch title type thing.
Yeah. And if they time things right, that could end up pairing up with possibly even a new Zelda around launch. And then you have that big Zelda single player, and then you have the big multiplayer within a couple months of each other. That'd be a killer launch. That'd be a really killer launch. Be kind of like what they're doing now with Mario Kart and DK, except it'd be with even more popular franchises. Well, nothing's more popular than Mario Kart, but you know what I mean. Cool. Because Mario Kart's more evergreen. These Zelda and Splatoon will get like huge sales like right away. Cool. Let's see here. RC Cherry is fired. Now I've never had that. I've never had RC Cherry.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, I've never, if the stash locates that, might have to make a trip out to the desert.
Bring some along to PAX.
Come to stash. I'm like, once I'm fully healed from all the surgery and stuff, like a summer or 2 from now, I'm gonna have to go out to stash. We'll go play some ball. Dude, and we'll end it by having some RC Cherry.
We'll just go out for Brewer Spring Training.
Well, maybe. I can't. Again, it's going to be like years from now because it's going to take me like 18 months to recover.
Dude, they're selling a 12-pack of it on Walmart. It says there's only 2 left for $20 for a 12-pack.
Jesus.
So you're buying some premium IPAs or something.
Yeah, right? Like, geez. This is beer we're drinking? What's going on? Anyways, Demanda Brawler says, what taking us back. Will Nintendo and Amazon ever come to an agreement to sell Switch 2? What do you guys think?
I think they're being little children and they just need to figure it out, because not having the Amazon option when I was trying to figure out what I was going to do for my like pre-order situation was really annoying. And it's just like, just like figure out your crap and just like, let's move on.
Especially for the games. I feel like it's so convenient, you know?
I feel this way about like Nintendo and like Netflix and all these streaming services. Can we just like figure it out? Can we just like stop bullshitting? What are we doing?
No one.
It's weird
winning.
because we kicked ass with that sort of stuff. You guys remember how many options you had on the Wii?
3DS had
Opera was
Netflix.
Yeah,
3DS had Netflix.
Yeah.
We had a lot of options.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying that I'm going to use it often to watch things. I'm probably not. But you know what? It's got 4K output now. That suddenly makes it much more useful in dock mode.
Hey, dude, I can't tell you how many times I've stayed at a hotel that didn't have a smart TV.
Or the TV they have doesn't work.
I do
load it.
I do work in Las Vegas like 3 times a year. And every time I'm there, it's just like a shit TV with no Netflix, no Hulu, none of that stuff. And being able to have just like my Switch, especially with the Switch 2 with the nice big screen, I don't know. It's a plus.
Yeah. It's kind of a shame, to be honest, that they can't sort that out. Just Nintendo in general. I don't know what's going on, man. Like, just get this shit sorted out. Dude, the Mario movies on these services. Come on. This shit, get it figured out.
Do you want to just remind them quick what the beef between the two are? Amazon and Nintendo?
Amazon and Nintendo? Yeah. I have no idea what the beef is.
Didn't Amazon do something with Switch, like pre-orders or something like that? They sold them early or sent them out early or something like that.
I have no idea.
I don't remember.
From what I remember, I remember hearing also it had something to do with bootlegs or something like that being sold on Amazon, like something in that realm, and it just made Nintendo mad. But
Maybe
I
it has to
don't
do with all those ROM hacked devices. There's like so many of them. They have like all
Regardless.
Nintendo games
Oh,
on
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
It's dumb. They ain't going
Like-
away, Nintendo. Just sell
Yeah.
your product.
I think Hoops is right. I feel like I remember something like that too.
The funny thing is, guys, this is just a Nintendo US problem. It's
Yeah.
sold on Amazon everywhere else.
That's
It's
even
literally
more.
Get mad at Doug Bowser. It's just here. It is sold on Amazon and every other territory. So like I don't know. NOA, get your shit together. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
No other territory has this problem. So get over it. Whatever petty bullshit it is. 3D Mario will kick ass. Mario Odyssey and Mario Kart World. What? Like the world of Mario Odyssey, like some tracks. Sure. Some DLC tracks, that'd be sick. But yeah, 3D Mario is gonna kick ass. I don't even look every time we go into like the expectation of a new 3D Mario. I'm like, oh, what are they gonna do? Like they can't come up with anything new, man. Dude, look how great 3D Mario's been. They can't, and then they blow my fucking mind with some new crazy idea. Like even Sunshine blew my mind with the crazy ideas that came up for that. So I'm like, man, I'm just ready to see like this Mario team's been cooking. What's a decade? Like they've been cooking for a while on this game. It's gonna make me feel feelings.
I would agree. The only thing
I was just silent.
the only thing I would that I'm like kind of sad about is that I feel like it's probably not gonna have the whole Cappy mechanic, which I feel like was like too good to just do one game with.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people thought we'd get an Odyssey 2 at least last gen.
I just hope they keep the same spirit with like just kind of some of the different things they did. Like I really love how they included that like the Forgotten Kingdom or whatever it was with the dragon. Like that was just out of nowhere and it was just like atypical, but it felt amazing. Like that kind of stuff is what I loved Odyssey for. So I really hope they just keep going with that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Warren Bowman brings up beta on a 4, maybe. I hope so.
I think that one's going to be a
there's
while.
like some floating rumors out there that a new one's in the works, but and that Nintendo is helping with it. That's what the rumor is, that Nintendo and Platinum are working on it together. So we'll see. We'll see. It could be that the reason Nintendo's working on it is they don't trust Platinum after everyone left. And maybe Nintendo wants to get experience making it because maybe someday they bring it internal. Because after all, they only need
That'd be really cool.
they only need permission from Sega. Sega owns the IP, not Platinum. So we'll see. But people are like, "What? Nintendo work on an M-rated game?" Like, hey, man, it's Furukawa's Nintendo. He's built different. Do what he wants.
They already put out an M-rated game, Email, the Smiling Man.
Oh yeah, I know.
That's got some dark themes in it too.
Very dark themes. If you guys ever play, it's really good. Especially if you guys like detective games, it's very good. Very good game. Even if you never played the originals, it doesn't matter. It stands on its own. Lovable Idiot says, watch them do a pick 1 out of 2 Mario Kart bundle. Yeah, you can pick Mario Kart 8 or Mario Kart World this holiday.
Right?
That's hilarious.
That would be so bad. Like, that'd be funny. Who's the person picking Mario Kart 8? I just want to know. Who's picking it that doesn't already own it? Who's picking it? Some kid who doesn't know any better. 8 and World. Well, 8's a number. That sounds newer.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, kid. Yeah, you chose wrong. All your friends are playing World. Anyways, to make Hoops feel old, I've been watching him since I was 13 to 14 years old.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
I mean,
to
I don't know how old you are now.
right. That
I
would
need
be-
perspective. Like you could be
Right.
18 right now. Like,
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
some perspective would be.
I think I saw them mention in the chat that they're 25.
Oh, okay.
Which is actually crazy because that means you've been around like almost my
The
whole
entire
channel's
channel.
existence. So shout out to Lovable Idiot.
Mhm.
That's
Look
awesome.
at that. And he had no idea you were coming on this week. So look at that. A little special
That's
treat
dope.
for him to get to do a couple super chats to someone he probably views as his hero. Not me, him. All right. That's gonna do it. I don't see anything else. I don't think I missed any in the chat. I've been double checking. So that's everything. So let's go around the room quick, let people know what we got going on, where we can find us. Let's get the heck out of here. We'll be back here next week. I'll let you know who the guests are when I get to me. Spice Lord.
Yeah, I am here and on our Clips channel.
All right.
So, yeah.
That's a thing.
That's it.
All right. Hoops and hip hop.
Sweet. For those who haven't been around on my channel for 11 years, I'm Hoops and Hip Hop, and I do Pokemon stuff. You can find me YouTube, X, Instagram, wherever. YouTube's my main platform. Got a lot of awesome content coming up, especially with ZA coming later this year. It's going to be dope, so check me out.
There we go.
Yeah.
Game Bird Classic.
Changing it up. I am Game Bird Classic. You heard it from the man's mouth. You guys know where to find me here on YouTube at Game Bird Classic. You can always also find me on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I just dropped a new video this morning about these cool little game collectibles. Figgies, super cool. Check out the video and do me a favor. Check out Stash's video on Figgies as well. His video is awesome, and he also offers a discount code for Figgies. Really cool. No joke. I open them. It's like opening Pokemon cards, trying to get the rares. Really fun video. So please, guys, check it out.
Yeah. Let's get it to 200 views. I don't even know what it's at right now. Something like that. Let's rise those numbers up.
Some input. It's one of my not so hot videos, but it's not a Nintendo specific video.
Yeah, when you're doing like a different video like that, that's what happens. Yeah. I know. I've done videos like that. I'm like, it kind of sucks watching it, but I really like making it. I really liked making it. I didn't like watching it. I like making it. That's what matters. I got to make content for me sometimes, you know.
Right.
So that's what you got to do. Can't always be above you, Jason.
Absolutely.
The Stash Man.
All right, guys. So Fast Fusion. Check out the review. $14.99. If you are a fan of F-Zero, Wipeout, Hydro Thunder. I love that game. You got to check this out. Again, $15. They just announced the free update. It's going to come with another graphics mode and also additional tracks. So that's really cool. The last one had like 36 tracks. The base game has 12. So it'd be pretty rad if we continue to get new tracks. Awesome game, though. Check it out. And then I have got a lot of reviews coming. So many. Here's some of them.
Oh, jeez.
These are all games that I'm capturing footage on. These are just some of the physical. Obviously, there's a ton of digital too. But, dude, I've been working like crazy. So the videos are coming soon.
Yeah.
Dude, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm having so much fun.
Just get ready. It's like the Switch 2 experience all over again, guys. He's going to have a crazy amount of videos coming. Get ready.
Yeah.
Like Switch 2 experience round 2, baby.
Yep, pretty much. Thank you.
It's going to be crazy. Well, guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. You know what's up. Daily Nintendo news stuff. Obviously, we usually have a live stream or something going on as well. Do a little Q&A session. Crazy amount of live streams last week. Obviously, that was a special occasion with launch, and then obviously all the Summer Game Fest stuff. So yeah, we'll be back to our normal Q&A tomorrow night. Normal news videos as well. Might start getting a couple videos on a day. We'll kind of see how it goes. I'm playing around with the videos right now because Switch 2 is out, and sometimes you got to make some changes to how things are going. Not that views are terrible, but they're not quite where they once were, and I think it's because we got to start getting specific now. We got to get away from the general news titles and start going, all right, let's start talking about like a couple topics, one video, and start to get real specific. So we'll see how that breaks down. Also, the news is kind of slowing down a little bit. There's still daily news, but not always like bigger stuff that's worth talking about in any meaningful way. So then sometimes you got to change things up and maybe try some discussion videos. So stay tuned for that, because I have a few ideas cooking that may or may not do well. I don't know. It is what it is. Either way, I'll still be here making videos. And hopefully you guys like what I try to do to mix things up a bit. Until then, we have another podcast episode next week. Of course, every single Wednesday. You guys know what's up. Next week's show is packed if everyone shows up. This week we had 2 people cancel, which is totally fine. One of them moved to next week, which just makes next week really, really big, which means we'll probably only do 2 topics because we have so many people. We got Super Metal Day 64 coming on, Tucker coming back, John Nebo, who hasn't been on in like forever. I almost forgot. Last time he was on, we were razzing him about not doing the hot chip challenge yet. Well, that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
And then Nintendo Talk moved to next week. HMK, I have no idea. He'll reschedule whenever. So we have 4 people coming on next week, 8-person cast if everyone shows up. So probably only a couple topics, but then who the hell knows? Maybe we're talking about a Nintendo Direct because maybe Nintendo announced one. Who the hell? We'll see what's up. So that's gonna do it. Then you can check out the podcast clips channel. I haven't been great about getting clips up. Trying to start letting Eric kind of greenlight putting them up instead of me because he's more on top of it than I am, which is fine because I've been really, really busy. Although my schedule is freeing up, my sponsorships are like all done.
Yeah.
So like now that's what was eating my time was. If I wasn't making videos, I was working with sponsors, and now sadly the sponsors have come to an end, which means the money is in the toilet. Sucks. The end of the Switch 2 launch. Now nobody loves me anymore. Except my dog. Forget the rest of my family, my fiance, it's just my dog. He's the only one, no judgment. He loves me the same no matter what I do. So does my family, but fuck, I'm just saying, he never really gives me a bad look. All right, guys, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta get some sleep. I'm so far behind on sleep. I can't catch up on sleep. That's the sad thing. But I'm gonna pretend I can. All right, guys, we'll catch you same time next week. Subscribe to everyone on this channel, and let's go ahead and play the outro. Peace.
Later.
Peace.
Yeah.